graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome aboard. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very, very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This is indeed Play-by-Play with JJ. We go on for every Phillies, every Sixers, and every Eagles game, but we also are doing our second episode tonight of Diamondcast, where we take a look around the league and we just go through all the games that are going on, and we try to capture the high moments, sort of like NFL Red Zone version of Major League Baseball. It's really, really cool. You guys should hit the thumbs up button. You should hit the subscribe button as well. In case you're wondering, there will be a doubleheader tomorrow for the Philadelphia Phillies. They will have a doubleheader. It's a day-night doubleheader. First game will be at 1:05. The second game will start at 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll have you covered for the both of those games. All right, so let's put this box score up here. So right now, we have a couple of games going on. One of them actually just finished, and that was the Blue Jays versus the Yankees. And the Blue Jays ended up beating the Yankees by a final score of 12-5. Ended up winning by 7 runs. Fisher is the one who got the win. Leiter Jr. is the one who did get the loss. The Twins are taking on the Marlins right now. That game is in the bottom of the second. We'll get you over there in just a little bit. The 6:40 games are underway. The 7:05 games are about ready to start. The other 6:40 game was the Cardinals versus the Pirates. Paul Skeens is pitching tonight. Obviously, we want to make sure that we dial on into that game as well. The Athletics take on the Tampa Bay Rays. That game is just in the top of the first right now. And then in about 5 minutes or so, we have Reds and Red Sox going to get underway. And then the Halos and the Braves. That's all during the 7 o'clock hour. And then we have some games at the 8 o'clock hour, including the Orioles versus the Rangers. You also have Astros against Rockies at 8:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Also at 8:05, it'll be Guardians versus Cubs. And then during the 9:40 game times, you have the Giants taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks out in the desert. The Royals are playing the Mariners. That game will be at 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time. And then at 10:10, the Dodgers are going to host the Chicago White Sox. 3 games have been postponed today. The Tigers versus Nationals game is postponed. That'll be made up tomorrow as well for a day-night doubleheader. The Tigers versus the Nationals game. You also have the Brewers and the Mets. They're postponed too. And the Padres versus the Phillies. All right, so let's try to see where we are so far in today. So as we mentioned before, the Yankees did lose by a final score of 12-5. Leiter Jr. got his 6th loss of the season, and he is now 4-6. He just did not have a good day at all whatsoever. Jason Dominguez led things off with a 2-run single in the top of the first, and then in the bottom of the fourth, George Springer had a solo homer, and Andres Gimenez went yard and hit a 3-run home run. The Yankees would tie it up in the 7th inning, thanks to an error that was committed, and Bellinger was able to reach on base, and then Dominguez would ground on into the fielder's choice to tie the game. But all hell broke loose. Ernie Clement hit a RBI single, and George Springer would then hit a grand slam. That was his second homer of the ball game. Ernie Clement then had an RBI walk with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th, and then Springer ended up hitting a 2-run single. George Springer today really did an awesome job. I mean, you talk about a guy who drove on in 7 runs. That's correct. He had 7 RBI in this afternoon's game for the Toronto Blue Jays. So a couple of games underway right now. Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates are underway. They're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. We have the Angels and the Braves warming up right now, as well as the Reds and the Red Sox. So right now what we'll do is we'll dial on into the Miami Marlins game. That'll be our very first diamond look, as Norby's going to ground this one over to second base, and the throw is in plenty of time, and there is out number 3. So the inning does come to an end. The Marlins did, however, just get a run, and they now lead at 1-0 against the Minnesota Twins. How did they get the run? Well, they ended up getting a home run from Kyle Stowers, who just continues to be red hot for this Miami Marlins team. Former Baltimore Oriole Kyle Stowers, able to go yard again this year. I mean, he's just been absolutely on a tear. His average now stands at 282. He just had his 14th homer of the season. And give him now 3 homers in his last 5 games. Just absolutely ridiculous. So he has really been lighting up the league on fire and has done a very, very good job. So as of now, we'll take over and we'll see what's going on out in St. Louis. Palante is pitching for the Cardinals, and he's going up against Oneil Cruz. The count is 0-1. So Cruz is up at the plate, batting on the left side, and he takes the 0-1 down for a ball. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Canada Day to our friends up north. Absolutely. Yes, get your drinks and snacks ready. Tomorrow is going to be a long day of baseball, and so is tonight, PJ. We got you all covered with all these games. We got the iPad out. We got a monitor up. We got the old laptop. We had to bring out the old laptop today, and then we got the phone. We are all covered with everything to our advantage. It's beautiful. Hopefully you're all doing well. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes, by the way, to Oneil Cruz. They'll ground this one over to first base. It's going to be 3-1 on the putout there. So, yes, the Blue Jays did win earlier today. George Springer had 7 RBI. That is correct. 7 RBI, including a grand slam, a solo homer, and a 2-run single. Yes. PJ is here. What's up, PJ? Hopefully you're doing well. Cabrian Hayes is going to step on into the batter's box. 1 out. Palante pitching for the Cardinals, and Paul Skeens is pitching for the Pittsburgh Pirates. So 1 away in the bottom of the 2nd of the Pirates game, and the pitch is taken down for a ball. Marlins, we just mentioned that Kyle Stowers hit a solo homer in the bottom of the 2nd. It just continues to be red hot for Miami. And Hayes just flied out to center, so there's 2 away. Oh, boy. Athletics just got started things off with a double. Shane Baz, though, has gone 2/3. There's a runner on at second for the Athletics, so we'll keep you updated as to what goes on. Lawrence Butler is the one who ended up getting on base. And he got on, I believe it was with a double. Alrighty. Oh, boy. We're going to be switching scores, and that way you guys will know when we do go back and forth. This one's grounded down the left field line. That's a fair ball for Minnesota. And they're going to have a runner on over at second base. Been a lot of talk about Royce Lewis and Byron Buxton, as Royce Lewis was the one who got on with a double. Milo, what's going on, Milo? How are you? Thanks so much for calling on in, man. You go into the doubleheader tomorrow? Let me know. We got you all covered with all baseball tonight. Make sure you guys sit back, relax. It's going to be a fun time just doing baseball with all of you. All right, so let's shift things over and go to this Marlins game. There's one out in the top of the third, and the Twins are threatening right now. Christian Vazquez is up at the plate, batting in the 9th spot, facing Edward Cabrera. And the pitch, he swings and misses at a slider, and the count's 0-2. Milo says, yes, let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go, my friend. All right, so Vasquez is up for the Minnesota Twins, trying to tie the game here. And the 0-2 is taken for a called strike 3 over on the top of the zone. And there is the second out of the inning. Alrighty. What's up, Katie? What's up, PJ? And now Byron Buxton is up. So Buxton is at the plate for the Minnesota Twins, and he stares at strike 1. Just on the inside corner was a slider at 87 miles per hour. I don't like how they don't give you the scores on these screens. 0-1 is the count to Byron Buxton. He's 0 for 1. He struck out in the first. The pitch, swing and a miss. And he goes after a pitch in the dirt. His average this year is at 280. Also has 19 home runs as well. The Marlins have been hot. Twins are going to break the Marlins' 8-game winning streak. Yeah, they've been hot. Pitch to Buxton, and a called strike 3 at the knees. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Byron Buxton. And he's now 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts on the day. Edward Cabrera, how about this? 400th career strikeout. And he did it against that guy. I mean, he's a heck of a ball player, Byron Buxton. So they're going to go to the bottom of the third. And so, as Paul Skeens is back out there, let's go over to St. Louis and see what's going on over there. Victor Scott is up for the Cardinals. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Skeens on the mound. 36 pitches so far today for Paul Skeens. Do you like how you guys can you guys follow along visually with the changing of the scores? Let me know. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Okay, so let's put the Reds and Red Sox game up here instead. The Reds have a runner on at second with 1 out. Here's the pitch to Victor Scott. And the pitch, this one's grounded over toward the first base side. First baseman has it, tries to dive over to first. Not in time. And Victor Scott able to beat out an infield single to start off the top of the third inning. Wow. Okay. So Victor Scott does get aboard. He gets on with an infield single. Spencer Horwitz tried to make a diving stop there, and he did. But just could not get back over to the bag. So he's now over at first base. We now have 4 games underway. The pitch. This one is lined foul to Brendan Donovan. Donovan 0 for 1 tonight. Victor Scott, by the way, 22 stolen bases. Reds do have a runner on over at third with 2 outs. If anything does happen, we'll keep you updated as we have a diamond alert over there. Austin Hayes is up at the plate. No balls, 1 strike to Brendan Donovan, and the pitch is taken down for a ball. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Scott is tied with Ellie De La Cruz with 22 stolen bases in the top 5 of the National League. 1-1 pitch. Foul ball. I like the changing of the scoreboard, JJ. Helps me follow what game you're on if I walk away for a sec. Yes. We got all the TVs up and running. It's beautiful. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So runner on over at first. Skeens getting ready to throw the next pitch, and it's fouled away. And by the way, the Reds did not get a run there, so they're going to the bottom of the first in Boston. Remember, they had a runner on over at second. They maneuvered the runner over to third, but the inning did end. Top of the third here in Pittsburgh, and the 1-2 pitch from Skeens. It's down and in for ball 2. Again, in case you're just tuning on in, the Yankees did lose earlier today to the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 12-5. George Springer had 7 RBI in that game alone. Toss back to first, not in time. Brendan Donovan is up at the plate. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch to Donovan. It's up high for ball 3. So that makes the count now 3-2. 3-2 pitch. This one's lined out to right field for a base hit. Runners are going to be at the corners for the St. Louis Cardinals with nobody out in the top of the third inning. So the Cardinals have runners on at the corners. We'll see if something goes on here. Okay. A lot of games now underway, but obviously the big one right now is Paul Skeens is dealing with some traffic with nobody out and runners on at first and third, and that'll bring up Mason Wynn to the plate. Marlins again do lead at 1-0. They had a solo homer from Kyle Stowers. Here's the pitch to Wynn, and he fouls it off. It's down in the count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to Mason Wynn. And the 0-1 pitch. This one is grounded foul towards the left side. No balls, 2 strikes. Skeens in a pickle. 0-2. It's popped up and fouled off. If only we could get the Pirates to trade us, Paul Skeens. I feel you on that. Top of the third, 2 runners on, no balls, 2 strikes to Mason Wynn. And Skeens gets set at the belt, and the 0-2 is swung on and missed. There's 1 away in the top of the third. Up next is Alec Burleson hitting over on the left side. Reds and Red Sox are in the bottom of the first. Burleson's going to line this one over to shortstop. It's caught. The throw back to first in time. A 6-3 double play, and the inning comes to an end as Paul Skeens gets out of the jam. And they are going to the bottom of the third inning. Ollie Marmol is waiting to see if they should challenge this. It says play on as they go to the bottom of the third. That's a rally killer for sure. And so there are 3 outs. The Red Sox do have a runner on over at second base with nobody out, so we will go there right now and see what is going on in Boston. Counts 0-1 to Roman Anthony, and there's the pitch. It's lined out to left field. It's a fair ball. Durant's going to come on in to score. It's an RBI opposite field double for Boston, and they now lead it 1-0. Abraham Toro's coming on up. Brady Singer on the mound. So an opposite field RBI double for Roman Anthony, and the Red Sox are on the board. Again, 1-0. That's the score there. So the Red Sox are threatening. Nice swing there by Roman Anthony. Toro is up. The count's 2-2. I forgot it. I have to make sure that I have it live. 2-2 pitch to Abraham Toro. It's a foul ball. Back's good today. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Very, very happy to hear that. Rays are 1 game behind the Yankees. Red Sox are 6 games behind the Rays. And 7 games behind New York. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball. So we got 4 games going on right now. The Angels and the Braves, currently they are in a rain delay out in Atlanta. So it's just these 4 games right now. Actually kind of works out for us. Twins are playing the Marlins. That's going to the top of the 4th. Pitch to Toro, and he fouls it off. Pirates and Cardinals are currently in the bottom of the 3rd. Henry Davis is up. And there's nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Abraham Toro. Anthony's at second, and the 2-2 is outside for ball 3. Brady Singer on the hill for Cincinnati. Reds are playing out at Fenway Park. Singer is 7-6 with a 4.31 ERA, and he has 76 strikeouts. The count's now full at 3-2 to Abraham Toro, who's batting .286 on the season. I know. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Abraham Toro. And the 3-2 pitch. This one's flied out over towards deep right field. That's going back towards the track, and it is caught. A sliding catch out in right field for Will Benson. The throw over to third is cut off, and it's going to get away from the third baseman, but not too far away as Anthony tagged up from second, went on over to third. I mean, a heck of a catch out in right field. I think that was Will Benson who caught it. He made a sliding catch over on that track. It was Will Benson. A really nice catch. And there's out number 2. That's a big, big play for Will Benson. Actually, sorry, that's out number 1. That's the first out. So Boston is threatening with 1 out. Let's go. I wasn't paying attention. The pitch. This one's lined out to right field by Narvaez for a base hit. And Roman Anthony scores. It's 2-0 Boston. So the Red Sox are up 2-0 in the bottom of the 1st. And Wilyer Abreu, who had an inside-the-park homer and a grand slam in last night's game, well, he's coming up to the plate, and he's been red hot at the dish. So Roman Anthony, if you have him in fantasy, he just had an RBI double that would score Jarren Duran, and he also just scored a run on an RBI single, and Wilyer Abreu is up. His first career grand slam last night. The ball is 1 strike in the bottom of the 1st, and the pitch is taken outside for a ball. A's and Rays are in the top of the 2nd. No score there. Toss bat to first, not in time. The Marlins and the Twins are also currently in a break right now. One ball, one strike to Wilyer Abreu. His average is at 256. 1-1. That's outside and high for ball 2. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the notification bell icon. So if you guys enjoy these casts, leave a like. The 2-1 pitch to Abreu. It's up high for ball 3. And so that'll make the count now 3-1. Four games currently going on right now. The Braves are in a rain delay. They're taking on the Angels. Actually, that game just got started back. They said that it was going to be delayed. But nonetheless, they just got started. Pitch to Abreu, and he gets on base. I think he just got out with a single. Nope, he just walked. And Trevor Story's coming on up. And a timeout will be taken out in Boston. Story also homered in last night's game. The Red Sox put up 13 runs last night and only allowed 6 against the Reds. Oh, boy. Let's go. So we do have 5 games going on now. I don't know why it got started a little bit late. 2 runners on in Boston. They lead it 2-0. Trevor Story is up, hitting .237 on the season. And the pitch is a sinker that's on the inside corner for strike 1. Skeens is out there for the top of the 4th. Again, no score out in Pittsburgh. 0-1 to Story. He fouls it off. No balls, 2 strikes. We have 3 games on tonight at the 9:40/10:10 hour. No balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Story. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 0-2 is down and away for a ball. So the count's now 1-2. The Rays did just get a run. They lead it 1-0 in the bottom of the second. Oh, wait, that was Caballero or Christopher Morel just homered. That's what just happened. So Morel did homer, and the Rays now lead it 1-0. And Singer with the kick and the pitch, swing and a miss. Trevor Story is down on strikes. So if you have Christopher Morel, well, he just homered for you, and he just got you fantasy points. He sent one 423 feet. And the Rays just continue to be storming hot. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 1st. And the pitch fouled off. Wilson Contreras, I think, just got hit by a pitch, and he's getting checked out by the trainers in the Cardinals game. 0-1 from Singer, and it's taken for strike 2. Pitch on the way. Strike 3. And we are going to the top of the second out in Boston. So it's a 2-0 Boston lead thanks to an RBI double by Roman Anthony and an RBI single as well that was hit by Carlos Narvaez. So they lead it 2-0 as they go to the top of the second inning. Where shall we go to next? That is the next question. Let's see. Marlins are up 1-0 in the bottom of the fourth. Let's see. The Cardinals currently have a runner on over at first. Braves are coming up in the bottom of the first, so let's just go back over to St. Louis, or Pittsburgh, I should say. Contreras is still getting checked out by the trainer. He's getting this left hand checked out. So we'll have you up to date with that in just a little bit. Kyle Stowers is up at the plate for Miami. The first pitch that he sees is a foul ball. Stowers homered for the Marlins back in the bottom of the first. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to him. So we'll stay in Miami right now. Ryan's pitching. And the 1-2 pitch to Stowers, swing and a miss. And so the Marlins are going to the top of the fifth out in Miami against the Minnesota Twins. Yeah, go support him. He's really, really good. He's very good. Contreras is still getting checked out? There's no way. Is he really? He's still getting checked out by the trainers. I mean, he's taking all his time. Nolan Gorman is up to bat for the Cardinals. While we're in this little delay here, let's go to Tampa Bay. Okay, let's go over to Tampa Bay and see what's going on at Steinbrenner Field. Where is that? Where's the Rays game? The runner just went, and the throw ended up hitting Caballero over at second, and it deflected off of his back, and it went over towards the outfield, and he's now safe over at third. So the Rays have a runner on at third base. Let's put the score up there. There it is. It hit him right in the back. Oof. Got him right in the back. It's taken them a while to address this Contreras injury. Casey Jansen is up for Tampa Bay, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball. And this at bat in the bottom of the second with 1 out. So we have 5 games going on right now. We're switching all the scores and keeping you updated as the 1-0 is taken down for ball 2. The Braves do have a runner on over at first in the bottom of the first. They were delayed a little bit. There's 1 out, though. What's up, Larry? The Yankees lost today 12-5. George Springer had 7 RBI in that game for Toronto. 2-0 pitch. It's outside for ball 3 to Casey Jansen, or Danny Jansen. We'll keep you updated on the Marlins game, too. We haven't checked up on them in a little bit of time. Danny Jansen's up. 3-0 pitch. It's up high for ball 4. And the Rays now have runners at the corners as we have a diamond alert going on in Tampa Bay. And I think Kotsay is going to go out there. Mark Kotsay, the manager of the Athletics. The 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Rays. Listen to this. In their last 10 games, they have 26 RBI. And they're hitting .406 with runners in scoring position. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? And that's absolutely ridiculous. Paul Skeens is pitching for Pittsburgh. We'll go back over there in just a little bit. So we sort of have a double threat going on. Contreras had an injury. He was getting his hand examined for about at least 6-7 minutes. Here's Simpson for Tampa Bay. Sitting over on the left side, Chandler Simpson just batting .290 this year. The pitch, it's outside, the throw back to third, and Caballero is caught sleeping at the wheel. Nice throw behind the plate by Langeliers. He got him. He was just caught dancing off the bag at third base. And what a swipe over at third base by the third baseman for the Athletics. I mean, I don't even know what he was doing. Max Muncy, the third baseman for the Athletics, not the Dodgers player, Max Muncy for the Athletics, ended up getting him out. And so there's a runner on over at first instead of first and third. It was a pitch out for sure, and a beautiful throw by Langeliers. So it is 1 ball, 1 strike to Simpson. Chandler is going to foul the next pitch off, and the count is 1-2. The Braves do have runners at second and third. We'll get you to that game once this at-bat is done. And we'll keep you updated with what's going on out in Atlanta, as there's a diamond alert over there too. Cardinals also have runners on at first and second in the top of the fourth with 1 out. A lot of action going on as things are starting to speed up. Yes. The count is 1-2 to Simpson, that is. Skeens in a jam, and the Braves looking to get something cooking. The pitch to Simpson, he grounds this one over to short. The throw to first is in time, and they're going to the top of the third out in Tampa Bay. So let's go to Atlanta, and let's get that game going. We're going to put that up right now. Again, they're in the bottom of the first. Runners are on at second and third. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Drake Baldwin with 2 outs. And he will call for time right now. So you've got a sort of a double play as the Braves are threatening to score with runners at second and third. And Skeens in a jam. 1-2 to Baldwin, swing and a miss. And the Braves can't score. And they're going to the top of the second with no score. So they can't get anybody home. And now we go back to Pittsburgh as Lars Nootbaar is up, and he takes the pitch outside for a ball. Here we go. 2 outs in the Pittsburgh game. Simpson. 1 ball, no strikes to Lars Nootbaar. Skeens gets set and fires, and the pitch is in there for strike 1. So the Braves could not score. The Pirates and the Cardinals are in the top of the fourth with 2 runners on. Cardinals are up to bat. Lars Nootbaar, who walked in his first plate appearance, takes strike 2 over at the knees. And that'll make the count now 1-2 with 1 out. The pitch. That's taken down for ball 2. Marlins are in the bottom of the 5th. They're going to the bottom of the 5th. It's 1-0 Miami. Not really a lot going on over there. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Lars Nootbaar, and the next pitch is fouled away. Later tonight at 8:05, it'll be we got Guardians versus Cubs. That'll be a good game at 8:05. The Orioles and the Rangers will get started at 8:05, and then at 8:40, it's Astros versus Rockies. And then during the later window, we'll get to that in just a little bit as the 2-2 is outside for ball 3. The later window at 9:40, we have 2 games going on then. That's the Royals and the Mariners game. That's game number 1. Game number 2 is the Giants against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then the late game is the White Sox versus the Dodgers. That game will get started at 10:10. 3-2 pitch, and this one is chopped foul by Nootbaar. So the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Lars in the pitch. This one's flied out over towards shallow right field. The right fielder, Reynolds, gets under it, and he'll make the catch for the second out of the inning. So Pages comes on up with 2 away. Oh, boy. A lot of games going on. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button as well. Is it easy to follow along with the change of the scoreboards? They swept the Mets, didn't they? They swept the Mets, and then they split with the Mets in between the series with the Phillies that the Phillies had against the Mets. Oh, the Pirates swept the Mets. Yes. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Pages for St. Louis. It's Pedro Pages. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a foul ball. Next pitch from Skeens, and he gets out of the inning as Pages strikes out. Looking, right? They're going to the bottom of the 4th. This is a little bit delayed now. Huh. Okay. Going to the bottom of the 4th inning. We should just, I guess, have the play-by-play. Oh, Pages singled, and Contreras was thrown out at the plate. That's what happened. He got thrown out at the plate. We had a little delay on here on the phone. He got thrown out at the plate. Contreras got thrown out. Wow. Crazy. Absolutely wild. And so the inning is over. Just like that. And so Pittsburgh goes to the bottom of the 4th. Okay. So just updates of what's going on in baseball right now. The Rays lead at 1-0 in the top of the 3rd against the Athletics. The Red Sox lead at 2-0 against the Reds. They're in the bottom of the 2nd. Okay, the Braves and the Angels are in the top of the 2nd. And we also have the Marlins taking on the Twins. It's 1-0 Miami as they go to the top of the 6th inning. So we'll just go back over to Atlanta because the Angels have a runner on over at first. The count's 3-1 to Joe Adell, and Grant Holmes is pitching. The 3-1 is swung on and missed for strike 2. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. Boz looks really good. He just threw a 99-mile-per-hour fastball that just whizzed on by Lawrence Butler. He's bringing the heat. Top of the 2nd. Adell's up. It's Joe Adell. The 3-2. This one's popped up in foul territory, and it goes out of play. Scoreboard changes are good. Good. I want them to be crisp. It's going to get chaotic when we have like 2 bases loaded scenarios. Like, that's going to be insane. But you're able to follow along correctly. Correct? You're able to follow along. It's good. 3-2 on the way from Holmes. Strike 3 called. Got him looking. Grant Holmes comes through with a strikeout. And there's an out for the Braves. That's 1 gone. So 1 away in the top of the 2nd. And Jorge Soler, forgot he was still in the league for the Angels. He's due up. He takes the first pitch that he sees for strike 1. Tommy Pham, a beautiful throw, again, to get Wilson Contreras out at the plate to end that last inning for the Cardinals. Did it against his former ball club. The ball's 2 strikes to Jorge Soler. 1 out. Soler just hitting .207. He only has 8 homers this year and 26 RBI. 0-2 pitch. It's low and away for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes. One-two pitch, another strikeout by Holmes. And there's 2 gone. 2 gone in the top of the second. Hey, the names are back. Yes. I don't know how. Springs almost gave up a home run in the bottom of the third, but it was caught by Butler just at the wall. Did a nice catch for the Athletics. 1 ball, no strikes to Logan O'Hoppe. And he swings and misses at a pitch, and the count's 1-1. 1-1 pitch. It's taken for strike 2. Larry, you still here? What's up, dog? What's up, hardcore? 1 ball, 2 strikes to O'Hoppe. And the 1-2 pitch, he fouls it off. The 1-2 to O'Hoppe, swing and a miss. And so the Braves are going to the bottom of the second inning. No score out in Atlanta. And why don't we go back over to Boston? Because there's a 2-0 lead for the Red Sox. And the Reds have the tying run up at the plate right now as we speak. Again, no score in Pittsburgh. They're in the bottom of the 4th. Larry is here. Yeah. I just wanted to know if you were here. Just wanted to know. All right, now we got to go back to the Reds game because now there's runners on over at first and second, and they are threatening to score right now. What's going on here? They have this like a retro scoreboard. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know how they're doing that. TBS is going to be airing Cleveland at Chicago. Only thing on. Yep. I know. And I don't have a TV with me. Remember, I'm dog sitting. So 2 runners on in the top of the 3rd. TJ Fradel was up. And he takes the first pitch up high for a ball. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Fradel. Again, I don't know why they have this older scoreboard. That's weird. Is there a way I can change the cast? Matt McLean is up. And so now there's runners over at second and third with McLean in the box. He grounded out in the first. The pitch to McLean. And he fouls it off over towards the right side. Cleveland is tanking. Is there a rain delay? There's no game today. We're doing a diamond cast. It's in the title. It's in the title. We got a diamond cast. I also posted it in the community. No Phillies game So we're doing our Diamond Zone cast. We got a doubleheader tomorrow. Brandon Lowe just hit one out over to deep right field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a fair ball. Brandon Lowe with a solo homer for the Rays. It's 2-0. The Athletics, I think, are going to challenge it to see if it's a foul ball or not, but it's ruled as a homer. So if you have Lowe, he just hit his 145th career homer for the Rays as the call stands now. One ball, one strike in the pitch, and McLean's going to ground this one over to third base. Benson will score the throw to first in time, and the Reds get a run. It's 2-1 Boston. And Nelly De La Cruz comes on up, and De La Cruz batting on the left side takes the first pitch up high. Encarnacion Strand is over at second base for the Reds. 1-0 pitch on the way, and it's taken up high for ball two. Again, they're still reviewing that home run in Tampa Bay. That was a nice swing. The pitch. Nelly De La Cruz is going to get himself out. Missed what ended up happening. I think that it glitched. But regardless, they're going to the bottom of the third out in Boston, and it's 2-1. We'll get you an update on what just happened. And by the way, the Rays, it's confirmed that it was a home run, and it's 2-0 Tampa Bay. So the Rays are up 2-0 against the Athletics. The inning just ended on a ground out from Junior Caminero. So they're going to the bottom of the third out in Tampa Bay. Okay. While that's going on, let's go back to Miami really quickly. Let's go back to Miami because that game is going by very, very quickly. And they're now in the bottom of the sixth. That was Dane Myers. He just hit a shot out to left field, but Buxton was there to make the catch. So one gone in the bottom of the sixth. This game is cruising along. Xavier Edwards is up at the plate. He's 0 for 2. He's facing Joe Ryan. The pitch is outside for a ball. If you would want to drop one rule from the game, what would it be? I'm dropping the ghost runner. I agree. I 1,000% agree. I'm with you. Edwards tonight 0 for 2 with a flyout and a ground out. And he takes the 1-0 outside for ball 2. Oh, that's cool. You could have like a little double header. That's kind of nice. You could do like a little split screen on here. That's so sick. I didn't realize that. Two balls, one strike to Xavier Edwards with 1 out in the bottom of the sixth. Hello, JJ. Will you present tomorrow's doubleheader? Absolutely. I agree on the Ghost Runner. Oh, that's so sick. You could do You could do a split screen, then you could do like a 4 quad. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool on the MLB.TV app. I didn't know that. I had no clue. I just have like 4 monitors just watching it full screen. The pitch. This one's grounded over to third. Diving stop. It deflects off the glove of Lewis. And it goes over to second base. And Xavier Edwards gets on with an infield single here in the bottom of the 6th out in Miami. Well, that is great to know. I really did not know. I had no clue. Midnight House here. What's going on? How are you? Thanks so much for stopping on by. Here's Jesus Sanchez, and he lifts this one out over to left field. That's going to be caught for out number 2. And so 2 up, 2 down. Braves have a runner on over at first in the bottom of the 2nd. And not really much action. Split screen is kind of like NFL Red Zone. Yeah, and then you got the octagon. Oh, it's beautiful. 2 outs in the pitch to Otto Lopez. It's high for a ball. We don't miss any moments on here. We have you all covered with what's going on in Major League Baseball. Only one final score today. And that's the Jays, who were able to win 12-5 against the Yankees. There's a pitch to Langeliers, hit out over to deep center field. It's going to hit off the top of the wall. And Shea Langeliers, have yourself a day. He just threw out a runner over at third and got a Rays runner caught sleeping at the wheel. And he just got on with a double. Back to Miami we go. 1 ball, 1 strike to Lopez. He's going to ground this one over to shortstop. The throw over to first is in time. And Miami and Minnesota are heading to the top of the 7th. So they'll be back in just a little bit. And let's just stay locked in with this Athletics game right now, because this is starting to get a little bit interesting. It's 2-0 Rays in the top of the 4th. Nate Kurtz is coming up to the plate. No balls, 1 strike, 1 away, top of the 4th. And the 0-1 pitch. This one's flied out over towards left field. That's caught, and there's 2 away. The names are back. The names are back. The name is JJ. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. Two outs, and Max Muncy's up for the Athletics. And Muncy's going to lift this one out over to deep right field. That's going back towards the track. Tie ball game in Tampa Bay. Max Muncy with an opposite field 2-run homer. And the A's tie it up 2-2. Swing. What a swing. So the A's just tied it up 2-2. Two to two, top of the 4th, out in Tampa Bay. And 2 gone in the 4th inning. This is Urias who's up to bat. The pitch. This one's grounded over towards the left side. It goes into the 5-6 hole, and it goes out to left field for a base hit with 2 outs. And there's a runner on over at first base. The Red Sox are currently in a rain delay. It just started pouring in Boston. So that game, they're just getting the tarp out on the field right now. That game is going to be on a brief hold. Phillies do start at 1:05 tomorrow. Yes, that is correct. The pitch. This one's lined down the left field line. That's a fair ball by Thomas. It's going out towards the corner. Stopping at third is Urias. And the A's get themselves a double with 2 outs. And Shane Baz, was cruising along so far, or right before this inning, just give up a 2-run homer to Max Muncy for the Athletics. And so we're tied up 2-2. So 4 games currently going on right now. The Red Sox are in a rain delay. 2 runners in scoring position. And a timeout taken on the mound in Tampa Bay. Okay. Let's see. Guardians and Cubs are currently warming up. That game is going to get started in just a little bit. It shouldn't be too long before first pitch occurs for that game. It's in the top of the 7th of the Miami-Minnesota game. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Larnach. But Baz pitching against Clark. Denzel Clark for the Athletics. And Clark takes outside for ball 1. Urias at third, Thomas at second. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch. It's taken down for ball 2. Catcher Jansen couldn't find it for a second. So the count is 2-0. Didn't really skip on by him. 2 balls, no strikes. Top of the 4th. 2 away. Out in Tampa Bay. The A's are up to bat. 2-0 pitch. Foul ball. And it goes out of play. Two and 1 is the count. 2 outs, top of the 4th. Clark 0 for 1. 2-1 pitch. Fouled off again. So the count is 2-2. The game does start at 1:05. Yes, that's the first game tomorrow afternoon. Right now we're just going all around baseball. And we're just seeing what highlights occur today. 2-2 pitch. This one's grounded over towards the third base side. Third baseman has it, throws it over to first. And so the A's tie it up 2-2 on a 2-run homer by Max Muncy. They're going to the bottom of the 4th out in Tampa Bay. All right, so now we have some inning breaks. And the only game that's on right now is the Minnesota game, so we'll go on over there. It's 1-0. I think Buxton just beat out a single, an infield single. Where's that Royce Lewis? Carlos Correa's up, and he takes down for a ball, so we'll get that game on the board right now. All the other 3 games going on are in a break. Cubs are ready to get started. They actually just got started. The Guardians have a runner on at first, and that's in the top of the 1st. The 1-0 pitch to Correa. It's taken for ball 2. Outside. So the count is 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes to Carlos Correa. He's 0 for 2 tonight with 2 groundouts. Cabrera with his 84th pitch of the game. He gets set and delivers and throws a strike. Correa has 6 more homers that he needs to get to 200 for his career. 2-1 to Correa. This one's flied out to left. It's a foul ball, though. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner leads off over at first base. That's Lewis. Runner goes. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. The throw to second base by Ramirez. He is safe. So just a strikeout as Correa is out. Augustin Ramirez at a good throw. McAuliffe says, hold it for a sec. It was actually Willie Castro that got on over to second base. And he kept his hand on. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe, people. And turn on the bell icons, too. So the Cubs and the Guardians are underway. St. Louis and Pittsburgh currently scoreless in the top of the 6th. Orioles and Rangers getting things started right now. And again, the Red Sox are in a rain delay. Matt Wallner's up for the Minnesota Twins, and he takes the 1-0 downstairs for ball 2. Blue Jays beat the Yankees today by a score of 12-5. Mappy Harper's back as well. 2-0 pitch. It's outside for ball 3 from Cabrera. And so that'll make the count now 3-0. Lee is up next for the Twins. Wallner 0 for 2 with a foul out and a ground out, and he takes the 3-0 outside for ball 4. And the Twins have runners on at first and second with 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. Hit the air horn for the scoreboard change. Ozuna's up in the Braves game. There's 2 outs there. No score in the bottom of the 3rd. They're taking on the Angels. There's not much excitement going on there. Just the excitement going on right now is in Miami. Lee is up. He's 0 for 2. There's 2 outs. 2 runners on. Top of the 7th. There's a sinker that's taken for strike 1. It's been a pitching duel out in Pittsburgh so far. Guardians actually have runners on at first and second with 2 outs out in Chicago. Keep our eyes on that and see if they score. Lee just chased after a curve, and he swung on and missed it. So he's down in the count 0-2. Tying run at second. Go-ahead run at first. 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Cabrera gets a strikeout. He has been on fire today for the Marlins. And they're going to the bottom of the 7th out in Miami. 1-0 Marlins on a solo homer by Kyle Stowers. And so, what shall we do now? Shall we go to Cleveland? Shall we see what's going on there? There's 2 runners on, 2 outs in the top of the 1st. Matthew Boyd's pitching. The count's 1-2 to Lane Thomas. He's up to bat. Over at second base is Steven Kwan. And at first, it's Carlos Santana. So we'll get that game up on here right now. Count is 1-2. One-two pitch. It's taken up high for ball two. And the 2-2 swing and a miss. They're going to the bottom of the first out in Chicago. Again, still early on. Over there, the Cubs are going to come on up to the plate. So while we have a break, okay, the Cardinals and the Pirates, scoreless. They're in the bottom of the sixth. Paul Skeens has been phenomenal. The A's and the Rays, they're tied 2-2 in the bottom of the fourth with 1 out. The Red Sox and the Reds are in a rain delay. And then you also have the Cubs taking on the Guardians. That's going to the bottom of the first. That game just got started. And the other 8 o'clock game that's underway right now. The other one, we got the Marlins up 1-0 in the bottom of the seventh. That did not start. That did not start at 8:05. But the other game that's on is the Orioles versus the Rangers. Hit that thumbs up button, people, and subscribe to the channel. So a lot of games going on now as baseball is in pure focus. One final score, 12-5, Toronto as they took on the Yankees. That's the only final score so far. Hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button as well, and turn on the bell icons. Augustin Ramirez is up for the Miami Marlins. We'll go over there. It's in the bottom of the seventh. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Ramirez. He pops it up over towards the right side of the infield, and the first baseman gets under it, makes the grab. 1 away in the bottom of the seventh. Oh, boy. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icons, folks. Not a lot of scoring so far today. Not a lot of scoring. Here's Stowers. Stowers will rip this one foul towards the right side. It's a foul ball. He homered earlier in the ball game to make it 1-0 Miami. One ball, one strike. Bottom of the seventh. 1 away. And the pitch to Stowers. Line drive, base hit out to right field. It's going to drop in for a single. And Kyle Stowers gets on again. The hidden machine does it. Was able to take advantage of a hanging slider left out over the middle of the plate. Like and subscribe. Wilson Contreras just got nicked up again? Or was that Pajes? No, that was Pajes. Contreras, I forgot he's over at first base now. Here's Heriberto Hernandez for the Marlins. Hernandez takes the first pitch high for ball 1. One ball, no strikes to Hernandez. 1 away. 1-0 pitch. It's in there for strike 1. His average is at 322. Anthony Bender's getting warmed up in the Marlins bullpen. And he will pitch the 8th inning. 1-1, swing and a miss. So the count is 1-2. Pirates and Cardinals, they're in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs. Palante and Skeens are going toe-to-toe with each other. Got all the scores down here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And 1 gone in the bottom of the 7th. Toss bat to first, not in time. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's get to 50 likes. Let's go. We're giving you all this baseball content. The least that you can do is subscribe and hit the thumbs up button. Rangers have a runner on at second, and Marcus Semien is up at the plate as they threaten to score. 1-2 on the way to Hernandez. Swing and a miss. He's down on strikes, and Hicks is due up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. MLB Red Zone with Jason Joseph. The JJ Zone. The Diamond Zone, baby. The Diamond Zone. We love it. We love it. We'll go out to Arlington in just a few seconds. Hicks is up. Just so that you know. Or just so you know. 1 ball, no strikes to Hicks. Liam Hicks 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out in the pitch. This one's lined out to center field for a base hit. And Hicks gets aboard with a single. It takes a bounce in front of Buxton. And the runner stops at second base. And so there's 2 runners on. Marcus Semien is up for the Rangers, and he lines this one out to left field. It's caught, though, for out number 2 in the bottom of the 1st out in Texas. A little doubleheader going on, if you will, as the Rangers are threatening to score. The Angels and the Braves, that game just got interesting. The Angels have 2 runners on with 2 outs. The count is 0-2 to Soler. That's sort of our third eye that we have. Don't even know which screen to look at. So 2 runners on, 2 outs out in Miami, and a timeout called by the Twins. Let's look at Adolis Garcia right now and the Texas Rangers. It's no balls, 1 strike to Garcia. Connor Norby's due up for the Marlins. We'll go back to that at bat right now. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. 2 runners on in the first pitch, swing and a miss. The count's now 2-2 to Soler. Angels are looking to score. 0-1 to Norby. He grounds this one over to shortstop. The flip over to second base is in time. It's a 6-4 fielder's choice. And that's how the inning ends. McAuliffe says, hold it for a second. Are they going to challenge? And they will. So we'll get you back there in just a little bit. The Marlins will challenge to see if the out was recorded at second base. Meanwhile, Garcia did strike out, and the Atlanta Braves are facing the Angels, and the Angels have 2 runners on with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. The count is now full at 3-2. Grant Holmes is pitching. So let's see if Soler can get on here for the Angels. 3-2, and it's fouled off. We'll get back to Miami in a second to see if the runner was indeed out at second base. I don't know. It's close. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jorge Soler. Get your popcorn out in the chat if you love baseball. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Soler. Can he get on? 3-2, it's down for ball 4, and that's going to load the bases in Atlanta. Wow. And again, they're still reviewing the play out at second base in Miami. The Braves are going to take a timeout as their pitching coach is going to go have a conversation to try to calm down Holmes. So we have 2 big timeouts taken, one in the Miami game, the other one in the Atlanta game. The Cardinals are up to bat. They're scoreless. All right, so the call is confirmed, and out at second base is Lopez, and they are going to the 8th inning. So we're going to stay here in Atlanta. The Angels have bases juiced with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. So the call was confirmed. The challenge was unsuccessful. Here's the pitch from Grant Holmes, swinging a miss to Logan O'Hoppe. Top of the 4th, 2 away. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 0-1 pitch. This one is just fouled. Barely. And so the count is 0-2. Reds and Red Sox still in a rain delay. Guardians do have a runner on at first, but again, that's in the top of the 2nd as they take on the Cubs. The ball's 2 strikes to Logan O'Hoppe. 2 outs, bases loaded, 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Grant Holmes gets out of the jam. Holmes gets out of the inning, and they're going to the bottom of the 4th in Atlanta. That was a lot of pressure for them. And now we got to change things back, and we got to go over to St. Louis because the Cardinals now have a runner over at second. And Ferguson is pitching. Jose Furman just hit his first double of the season. Wow. So the pitch is outside for a ball. That's to Lars Nootbaar. Nootbaar 0 for 1. He walked back in the 2nd. 0-1 pitch. It's chopped foul over towards the right side. Hit the thumbs up button if you're here and if you're able to follow along. Give me a thumbs up emoji in the chat. 1-2 is the count to Nootbaar. Nobody out. Top of the 7th in Pittsburgh. The pitch. This was going to get the runner over to third base. Gonzalez has it. Throws it over to first in time. The sacrifice is complete. And so Caleb Ferguson now has to deal with the runner on over at third base. Twins will go back over there to Miami in just a little bit. They're in the top of the 8th now. Ty France is up. Rays also have a runner on over at first. They're in the bottom of the 5th, though. Top of the 7th, 1 away in Pittsburgh, and St. Louis will send up Pedro Pajes to the plate. So there's 1 gone in the top of the 7th. And a runner on at third. Pajes is up. The pitch. Swing. And he did not go. JJ doing all these games at the same time sounds like a real sports roustabout. But you're able to follow along, right, Michael? Like, you can see the scoreboard changes. You're able to see, like, which game we're on. 0-1. That's inside and low for a ball. So the count is 1-1. One ball, 1 strike to Pedro Pajes. And 1 out. A runner on at third. We're scoreless in Pittsburgh. 1-1 pitch. And that one's lined foul. In the Marlins game, it's 1-0 Miami in the top of the 8th with 1 out. One ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 pitch is down in the dirt for ball 2. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Braves have a runner on over at second base. Riley got on with a single. Baldwin maneuvered him over to second. So they're threatening to score again. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Caleb Ferguson with a huge strikeout. And the Cardinals, well, they have 2 outs now in the top of the 7th inning. Ozzie Albies is up for the Braves. They have a runner on at second base. But all eyes on Pittsburgh right now. Victor Scott, the second who homered in last night's game, is due up. He's 1 for 2 today for St. Louis. They try to see if he went around. Did he go? No, he did not. Safe is the call. So 1 ball, no strikes to Victor Scott. And the 1-0 pitch, it's taken up high for ball 2. Joe Adele just made a really nice catch to take away a base hit from Ozzie Albies. So they still have a runner on over at second in the Atlanta game. 2 balls, no strikes to Victor Scott. The pitch, this one's grounded up the middle. The second baseman has it, throws it over to first. Did Scott beat it out? He did not. Another nice play. And Caleb Ferguson gets out of the jam. 6 hits and no runs for the Cardinals as they head to the bottom of the 7th, and Ferguson pumps up his fist. Okay, so let's go back to Atlanta. Bottom of the 2nd, Verdugo is up. Bottom of the 4th, a runner on at second base. The count is 0-1 to Alex Verdugo. 2 away, and the 0-1 swing and a miss. We would have gone back over to Miami, but they are currently in a pitching change. They're coming up to bat. Cubs have runners at the corners with nobody out. No balls, 2 strikes, and the 0-2 pitch, and that's on the inside corner for a called strike 3. And the Braves are going to the 5th inning. No score out in Atlanta. All right. Let's get the Cubs in the middle of this. The Cubs have 2 runners on in the bottom of the 2nd with nobody out. And they just got a run on an RBI base hit. Carson Kelly is up. We'll see who got the RBI. It was Michael Busch to put the Cubs up 1-0. Wow. So 1-0, or 1-1 now is the count to Carson Kelly. The Cubs just took the lead. Runners at first and second, and the pitch to Kelly, swing and a miss. It's like bat-to-bat diamond alerts. This is what we call, Scott Hansen called it like this, but this is what I like to call the digging for gold hours. Isn't that great? Digging for gold. There's a lot to go around, but you got to dig, and you got to dig deep. The pitch. This one's lined out to left field for a base hit. That's going all the way towards the corner. And a run's going to score for Chicago. Here comes Ian Happ right behind him, or Bush, that is. The throw to the plate, not in time. It gets by the catcher. Going over to third base and getting on with a 2-run double is Kelly. He's now over at third. 3-0 Cubs. Alrighty. Bottom of the 8th out in Miami. And the Pirates are in the bottom of the 7th. 3-0 Chicago on a 2-run double by Carson Kelly. By the way, the Athletics just took the lead. They now lead it 3-2 on a solo homer by Shea Langeliers. So Shea goes yard. He's had himself an incredible day. A double. He also picked off a runner, and he also homered. And it's good for the Athletics to get that man back. He's good. Xavier Edwards is coming up for the Marlins. It's 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th as the Marlins are looking to try to score yet another run. The Pirates have a runner on at first. Again, this is what you call digging for gold, baby. It's the gold digging hours. It's getting late for the 6:40 games. Xavier Edwards is up for the Marlins. Which game do we go to now? That's the question. That is the question. Red Sox still are in a rain delay. It's 2-1 Boston out at Fenway Park. We'll go to Miami right now. Edwards is up, and he bunts this one foul over towards the left side. We'll bring on in the Pirates, too. These 6:40 games getting late. Brian Reynolds is up for the Pirates. 0-2 pitch. It's grounded foul. Edwards with the 0-2. He fouls that one off for the Marlins. Oh, 2. It's taken down for a ball. So it's now a 1-2 count. Shea Langeliers. Rangers have a runner on at third base in the bottom of the 2nd. One ball, 2 strikes to Xavier Edwards. The 1-2 pitch. This one's grounded back over towards the mound. The throw to second. There's one. The throw to first in time for a double play. And so the Twins get 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. And because of that, we're going to go back over to Pittsburgh. And we're going to jump around. Bottom of the 7th. The 0-2 to Reynolds. It's just a pie for a ball. Oof. What's going on? We're bouncing around. This is the gold digging hours for baseball because the 6:40 games are about to end. The 7:05 games are in the thick of it, and the 8:05 games are in the beginning. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And so Brian Reynolds strikes out as Palante just continues to be a machine for the Cardinals. What a day for Palante. He's done a very good job. Gotta go, everyone. Have a good night. Appreciate you for stopping on by. Check out the rest of the cast if you want. So 1 gone in the bottom of the 7th. Paul Skeens and Andres Palante were going toe-to-toe. Skeens is out of the game for Pittsburgh. 1 ball, no strikes. Palante with 87 pitches. The next one, this one's grounded over to third base. The throw to second, there's one. The throw to first, not in time. It's just a fielder's choice. By the way, that runner over at third base for Texas, they were not able to get him on home. They were unsuccessful. Marlins are in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. We're going to have to go, once that game goes to the 9th inning, we're going to have all eyes on Minnesota. Because we might have our second final score of the day. O'Neal Cruz is up for the Pirates. Big at-bat here as he's going to face Andres Palante. The pitch to Cruz, inside for ball 1. 1-0 is the count. Cruz 0 for 2 with a ground out and a line out. One-0 pitch to O'Neal. It's down for ball 2. Athletics had a runner on at second. They could not get that man home, but Shea Langeliers just gave him the lead. They're going to the bottom of the 6th. 2 balls, no strikes to O'Neal Cruz. And the pitch. It's taken at the knees for a called strike. So that'll make the count now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. The windup, the pitch. It's just on the outside corner for strike 2. That looked outside. That certainly looked outside. The Marlins just got another run. We'll get you updated as to how that happened in just a little bit. But they now lead it 2-0 with a runner on at third. Interesting stuff going on over there. Otto Lopez is up for them. The count is 3-2 to O'Neal Cruz. Three balls, 2 strikes. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. The 3-2 pitch. This one's chopped over to shortstop. The throw to first in time. And the Pirates and the Cardinals, they both remain scoreless as they head to the top of the 8th inning. Okay, what just happened out in Miami? Great question. Jesus Sanchez just hit an RBI triple. He's over at third base. Actually, I'm sorry. Sanchez tripled, and Edwards, who grounded on into a double play, made it 2 outs. So it's just a 2-out triple by Sanchez. It's 1-0. And a runner on at third. So we'll stay over here out in Miami. And they're going to intentionally walk Otto Lopez. So it's still a 1-0 game. Scratch what I said before. Got the Astros and the Rockies getting ready to get things started, as that's the last 8 o'clock hour game to be played or to get underway. What's going on? Runners at the corners. Here's Nick Fortes for Miami, as we have another diamond alert going on in Miami. The pitch is taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Runners on at first and third. 0-1 pitch. This one's lined out over to right field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Sanchez will score. It's 2-0 Marlins. And that's how the Marlins get their second run of the game. looking to win 9 in a row. And they are 3 outs away from doing so. That's a big insurance run, for sure. So runners on at the corners, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. The pitch to Stowers, who's 2 for 3 today with a homer, swinging a miss on a knuckle curve. Okay. Athletics lead 3-2. Cardinals and Pirates, they're in the top of the 8th. No score. All eyes on Miami. Stowers with the 0-1. It's taken for strike 2. Varland's pitching for the Twins. Lopez is on at third. Fortes is at first. No balls, 2 strikes. Here in the bottom of the 8th. 2 outs. 0-2 pitch. It's going to bounce in the dirt for a ball. The guy always grinding. Have a great stream. RB. Let's go. Michael Harris II just got on with a triple in the bottom of the 5th for Atlanta. Here's the 1-2 to Stowers. This one's grounded towards the first base side. First baseman picks it up, and that's going to end the inning. The Marlins are going to the top of the 9th. It's 2-0. So Soler just missed a fly ball, and Harris got on over to third base. Jorge Soler out in right field, a former Brave, if you will, just could not make the catch. And so a runner on at third, and the Braves have something cooking in the kitchen as Nick Allen is up. Go follow Philly Take with RB, folks. He does an awesome, awesome job covering the Sixers. I mean, my man didn't even sleep for free agency. My gosh, there's no such thing as sleeping when you're Philly Take with RB. That man's always on the grind. So go subscribe to him. A runner on at third. Nick Allen is up for the Braves as we have our Diamond Zone cast because the Phillies are not on tonight. We're going to do it on Thursday. We just decided to do it today. 0-2 to Lopez, or Allen, that is. This one's popped up over towards the first base side. It's caught in foul ground for out number 1. J.J. Hansen in the D zone. Let's go. What are we, never mind. I can't say it. It's inappropriate. Never mind. I was going to say something that was crazy. Likewise, real recognize real. Absolutely. By the way, the Cardinals have a runner on over at first. We'll get back to that in just a little bit. We have a Diamond Zone alert going on in Atlanta as there's a runner on at third and Acuna's up. The pitch, swing and a miss. The count's 0-1 to Ronald Acuna Jr. We'll go doubleheader here with the Cardinals and the Pirates game along with the Braves and the Angels game. The Rays also have a runner on over at second with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Again, this is the digging for gold zone. Let's go. 0-2 to Acuna, swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. There's 2 away. There are 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th out in Atlanta. All right, let's change. Let's go back to Pittsburgh. A runner on over at first. The count is 1-2. There's a pitching change going on in Tampa Bay, so there's a break in that game. It's 3-2 and a runner on at second. And then we also have Buxton up in the top of the 9th for the Twins. We got to go to that too. 1-2. It's popped up over towards the left side. Third baseman has it, makes the catch. And there's 1 out. So So I think we'll just go on over to Miami because that game is so close to being done. Now that we're jumping around a little bit because these games are almost over and there's an overlap going on. But Buxton is up. This is a big pitch here. 1-2 pitch on the way, and Buxton strikes out looking at a fastball at the knees. And there's one gone, and the Marlins are 2 outs away from winning their 8th straight game in a row. Crazy. So Buxton goes down looking, and there's 1 away in the top of the 9th. Trevor Larnach is up for the Twins. And the pitch is down for a ball. One ball, no strikes, and the pitch is taken down for ball 2 to Trevor Larnach. Two-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. I think we need a pen arm, says Hardcore. I agree. We got to get a bullpen arm. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and the pitch. It's a sweeper that's taken for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. 2 gone in the top of the 9th in Miami. Back-to-back strikeouts, and Henriquez comes up with 2 big ones. Rays have the tying run over at 3rd in the bottom of the 6th. But 1 more out to go in Miami, and the pitch is taken in the dirt for a ball. And the Rays just got out of the inning, could not get the runner home. One-0 pitch. It's outside for ball 2. If you remember, I also said that the Braves have runners on over at 1st and 3rd, and Marcell Ozuna just flied out to end the inning. 2 balls, no strikes, and the 2-0 pitch fouled off by Willie Castro. Castro batting .268 with 7 home runs and 20 RBI. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. Here's the 2-1 to Castro. This one's flied out over towards left center field. Who's going to get there? Stowers has it, makes the catch, and the ball game in Miami is over. 8 straight wins for the Fish. 8 straight wins for Miami. And so, a second final score in the books as the Marlins shut out the Twins. If you can believe it, this Marlins team is catching fire. They are. All right, so the Cardinals, that was the other 6:40 game. They now have runners on over at 1st and 2nd base. Garrett Hampson is up, and there's a timeout taken on the mound in Pittsburgh. That's where they're playing. Okay. So runners over at 1st and 2nd, and the go-ahead run is in scoring position for them. The Orioles and the Rangers are also on. There's runners on at 1st and 2nd for Texas with nobody out. I have a little bat-to-back for you. Nolan Gorman's up, and he takes the first pitch up high for a ball. So 2 final scores in the books. One ball, no strikes. 1-0 pitch. It's down for ball 2. Simeon just walked, and now the bases are loaded for the Rangers. In the bottom of the 3rd. 2 balls, no strikes. To Nolan Gorman for the Cardinals. 2-0 pitch. This one is swung on and lifted out over towards center field. On the run is Cruz, makes the grab, and the inning is over. 6 hits, 8 runners left on base for the Cardinals. And they go to the bottom of the 8th in Pittsburgh. All right. Bases loaded as Adolis Garcia is up for the Rangers. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Adolis Garcia is somebody that the Phillies have actually looked at the trade deadline. See if you can come through here. Haggerty's at 3rd, Smith is at 2nd, and Simeon's over at 1st for Texas. Pitch. It's taken low for a ball. And outside as well. The Rockies just scored. They lead it 1-0 early on against the Houston Astros. Hunter Goodman just hit a homer that went 431 feet. Here's the pitch. It's inside. It was tight. The count's 2-0. Garcia's in the batter's box. So 2 final scores on the day. 3 games that are postponed. And yet we have 10 more games to go. 3 of them have not started yet. Garcia up with the bases loaded for the Rangers. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And that'll make the count now 2-1. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. The pitch to Garcia, line drive, base hit, back up the middle, and the Rangers are going to get a couple runs home as they lead it 2-0 on a 2-run single by Adolis Garcia. And they strike first out in Arlington. Wow. It's clutch. He is clutch. So because of that, we're going to go back over to Pittsburgh. And we'll let you know how the rest of that inning plays out. But we got to go back here as the first pitch is lined back up the middle by Brian Hayes. He gets on with a leadoff single to start off the bottom of the 8th for the Pirates. Oof. Okay. Two nothing Texas. Wow. That's still in the bottom of the 3rd. By the way, the Guardians have a runner on at 2nd with nobody out. The pitch. This one's chopped foul towards the right side. Counts 0-1 to Adam Frazier. The pitch. This one is lined out over to right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. It goes into the stands. It's a ground rule double for Pittsburgh. And Adam Frazier gets on with a double. He's over at second base. There's runners on at second and third for Pittsburgh. Adam Frazier able to make some contact with the ball, and he put it in play, got it off the end of the bat, hit it towards that right field line that just stayed fair, and it bounced on into the stands. So 2 runners in scoring position for the Pirates. That's the 10th double by Adam Frazier this year, and Henry Davis is up, still nobody out, by the way. First pitch, it's up high to Davis. So the count is 1-0. The Guardians just got a run. We'll let you know how in just a few moments. The pitch on the way. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. To Henry Davis. Guardians are now going to get 2 runs. 1-1 pitch. Line drive. Hit out towards left center field. On the run to make the catch is the center fielder, Scott. The runner from third tags up. He'll score. It's 1-0 Pirates. The Pirates take the lead. All right. How did the Guardians get 2 runs? Good question. We'll get you up to date on that. So Martinez hit a sac fly, and then Jones hit an RBI single for Cleveland. That's how they made it 3-2. Then he was just caught over at first base. Throw back to second to try to get the runner. Frazier is not in time. 1-0 Pittsburgh on a sac fly that just gave him the lead by Henry Davis. 0-1 pitch on the way. Ground ball. Siding stop by the shortstop. The throw to first is not dug out by Burleson. Almost an incredible play by the shortstop for St. Louis. Mason Wynn. It was just not dug out properly by the first baseman, and the inning does continue for Pittsburgh. Wow. Crazy stuff. Marlins just won 2-0. Toronto won 12-5 against the Yankees earlier in the afternoon. Here's the pitch to Horwitz. They try to see if he went around. He did not go. Braves are still scoreless. They're in the bottom of the 6th. There's no score out in Atlanta. Spencer Horwitz 0 for 3 today with a ground out and 2 strikeouts. 2 balls, no strikes to Horwitz. 2-0 pitch. It's in there for a called strike. And that'll make the count now 2-1. Reds and Red Sox are still in a rain delay. They have yet to start the top of the 4th. 2-1. It's outside for ball 3 to Horwitz. Andrew McCutchen waits in the on-deck circle. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got an off-speed pitch that was in the dirt. Phil Maton pitching for the Cardinals. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We have 3 late window games that'll get started. 2 of them will get started in about 39 minutes. The other one, that's the Dodgers game, that'll get started in a little bit over an hour. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch, here it comes. This one is popped up over towards the third base side in foul territory. Third baseman's there. And he makes the catch for out number 2. Astros have 2 runners on in the top of the second inning. They trail 1-0 against the Colorado Rockies. Still early. Here comes Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen's up with runners at first and third. 2 away. The windup and the pitch to Kutch. It's taken on the outside corner for strike 1. McCutchen 1 for 1 with a pair of walks and a single as well. And the pitch is taken for a ball. Danny Jansen just tied up the knot for the Tampa Bay Rays in the bottom of the 7th as he knocks yet another home run in this series against the A's. Danny Jansen and the Rays just continue to battle the 83rd career homer by the former Blue Jay. It's 1-2 to Kutch. That's in the bottom of the 7th. Pirates lead at 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th. Runners at first and third. Skeens is not in the game. 1-2. It's low and away for ball 2. Skeens is also not going to get the win. And neither is the pitcher for the Cardinals, who did really well today, Andres Palante. 2-2 to Kutch. And he chops it foul towards the left side. So the Rays just tied it up 3-3. The Astros also just tied it up 1-1. Christian Walker at an RBI single. Again, that's in the top of the 2nd. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Andrew McCutchen. Maton with the 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. And the Cardinals are down to their final 3 outs. The RBI sac fly by Henry Davis is what helped the Pirates go ahead 1-0 here in the bottom of the 8th. And they're going to the 9th inning. They'll be back in just a few moments. While we're in this timeout, I guess we can take a little bit of a step off and just sort of take a breather with what's going on right now. So the Cardinals and the Pirates, they're going to the top of the 9th. It's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Okay, the Rays and the A's are tied 3-3. Danny Jansen just hit a solo homer to make it 3-3 in the bottom of the 7th. There's a pitch and change going on over there. Okay, Texas is up 3-0 against the Baltimore Orioles, right? And so it's a 3-0 game over in Arlington. Rangers, they got a big 2-run single by Adolis Garcia. And then the other game, we got the Cubs taking on the Cleveland Guardians. And that is currently 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th. The Astros are currently tied as well, 1-1. And then the other game that we keep forgetting to mention is the scoreless game that's going on in Atlanta. It's 0-0. The Angels have been doing a really good job today on the pitching side of things. Anderson has 7 strikeouts in 6 innings for the LA Angels. And meanwhile, who's pitching for Pittsburgh, you're probably asking yourselves? Grant Holmes went 6 innings, allowed 3 hits, 3 walks, but he struck out 10 batters. So he had himself a very good day. He's not going to be eligible to get the win as Pierce Johnson's going to pitch. So Gary Sanchez hits one out to deep left field for the Baltimore Orioles, and that one is gone. So Sanchez hits a 2-run homer and cuts the deficit 3-2 out in Arlington. If you have Gary Sanchez, he just got you some more fantasy points as he heats up. All right, David Bednar is going to pitch the top of the 9th inning for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they'll try to close out the deal here. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Jose Furman is up. Pirates lead at 1-0. They have 3 outs left. 1-1 pitch. Fouled back towards the screen. And so the count is 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th. And the 1-2 pitch. Low and away for ball 2. 2-2 to Jose Furman. DeGrom just gave up a 2-run homer to Gary Sanchez. That's who's pitching for the Texas Rangers. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the top of the 9th to Jose Furman. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. It's up high for ball 3. And so the count is now full. Three balls, 2 strikes to Furman. And the 3-2 on the way. It's inside for ball 4. And the Cardinals get another base runner. Their 9th man on base tonight. That was a 7-pitch walk to Jose Furman, and Lars Nootbaar is coming up. The tying run now over at first for St. Louis. And the pitch, it's a curveball that's just a bit up high for ball 1. Not by much. 1-0 is the count. And the 1-0 pitch. Outside for ball 2. Bednar can't find the zone. Two balls, no strikes to Lars Nootbaar. Nobody out, top of the 9th. And time called. The Cubs, they now have runners over at 2nd and 3rd. And again, they lead at 3-2 against Cleveland. 2 balls, no strikes. Top of the 9th. 2-0 pitch. That's in there for strike 1. On the outside corner. Bednar versus Nootbaar. Who will win the battle? The pitch to Nootbaar. He sends this one out over towards medium depth center field. O'Neal Cruz gets under it. 1 away in the top of the 9th inning. So a double play ends it in Pittsburgh. Can you guys hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I coming in clear? Let me know. Braves are going to the bottom of the 7th. No score. Top of the 9th here in Pittsburgh. 1-0 Pirates on a sac fly by Henry Davis. 1 out and the pitch. It's taken on the outside corner for strike 1 to Pozo. Yoel Pozo is up. 0-1 delivery. Line drive. Base hit down the left field line that hits the corner. A run is going to, the runner from first goes on over to third base, and it's a double by Pozo, and things just got interesting in Pittsburgh. Pozo barely, and I mean barely, just kept that baseball fair. I think it actually hit the chalk. Wow. He just hooked it fair. And so there's now 2 runners in scoring position for St. Louis. Crazy. Here's the pitch. This one's grounded foul by Victor Scott II. So a base hit gives the Cardinals the lead. Again, they've had 10 men on base. 10 men on base. And have not been able to put up 1 run. It's 1-0 Pittsburgh, top of the 9th. 1 out. And the 0-1 is outside for a ball. The A's are still tied 3-3. That game is in the top of the 8th in Tampa Bay. What's up, Scott? 1-1 pitch. Inside and low. Almost got a piece of Victor Scott. So the count is 2-1. In case you're wondering, David Bednar this year has a 2.83 ERA, 11 saves on the season, and he has blown none. That's obviously in jeopardy. 2 balls, 1 strike to Victor Scott. 2-1 pitch. This one's grounded towards first base. The throw to home plate. He is out at the plate. A very good throw by the first baseman Horwitz. And so Ollie Marmol is not going to challenge. And there's 2 gone in the 9th inning. Hope he is going to challenge. I stand corrected. They will challenge this to see if the runner got on in or if the catcher was blocking the plate. So there's a challenge indeed going on in Pittsburgh. Horwitz, though, nonetheless, a very good throw. And I think that they're just challenging the call here. I didn't see any blocking the plate. So the question is, was he swiped on that left shoulder? The call was that he was out. That's close. The runner's left hand, as he dove on forward, may have just gotten on in there. Jose Furman was the guy coming on in towards the plate. Tough play. We'll see what happens. And we will keep you up to date. Just to talk about other things, the Rays and the A's are tied 3-3. They're going to the bottom of the 8th in Tampa Bay. Excuse me. Cubs and Guardians still early. It's in the top of the 5th. It's 3-2. Chicago. The Angels and the Braves are scoreless. They're in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. Not a lot of action in that game. You can't even see if he was swiped here. I think he was just out. by a couple of inches. I don't know if they're going to have enough conclusive evidence to even overturn the call. Again, Scott is supposed to be due up, but they're challenging the Cardinals to see if the runner was out at the plate and if it's an RBI fielder's choice. Yep, we're doing the Phillies game on the 4th of July, too. Yep. This is interesting. You guys enjoying this? They're about ready to make the call. See if it's overturned or not. They just took the earpiece out. The call on the field stands, and there's out number 2, and a huge out. A beautiful throw by Horwitz, and St. Louis down to their final outs. Runners on at first and third. The Rays have their winning run potentially over at first in the bottom of the 8th with nobody out. It was on a base hit by Trevor Walls, or Taylor Walls, that is. Is that Taylor Walls? Sean Newcomb is pitching. Here we go, top of the 9th, 2 outs, and the pitch to Brendan Donovan is in there for strike 1. It's no balls, 1 strike to Brendan Donovan. Oh, 1 pitch on the way, line drive, foul ball. Whew. That was close. It's a good ending to the Pirates game. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. We'll head out to Tampa Bay after this, because that's in the bottom of the 8th. No balls, 2 strikes. St. Louis down to its final strike. 0-2 pitch on the way. Cold strike 3 at the knees. What a thriller of a ball game. The Cardinals had so many chances, and the Pittsburgh Pirates come out victorious and shut out St. Louis 1-0. Wow. What a crazy ending. 2 shutouts today. One by the Marlins, the other one by the Pirates. Oh, gosh. Insane. Absolutely wild. This is what you love about baseball. Let's go. Sick stuff. All right, and so we go back over to Tampa Bay as they're in the bottom of the 8th. It's 3-1 to Lowe. This is Brandon Lowe. Sorry, I can't find the scoreboard. There it is. Can't believe the Pirates won. Can you? Here's the pitch on the way, and that's taken for a called 3rd strike to Lowe, and he is down on strikes. 1 gone in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 9:20 now. In just about 20 minutes or so, the 2 9:40 games will be underway. And again, still no update on the Red Sox versus the Reds. That's still in the top of the 4th, and they're in a rain delay. So nothing as of yet going on in that game. We don't know if that game's going to resume or what. Angels and Braves are in the top of the 8th, and they are still scoreless in Atlanta. Caminero's up. He's 1 for 3 today, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. This is Junior Caminero, who had a double in the 6th. Bruce Bochy's upset with something over in Arlington. Can't tell what that is about. 1-0 pitch is taken low. The throw to second base, not in time. And it's 2 balls, no strikes. And the Tampa Bay Rays have their winning run in scoring position. Oof. It's a good throw, too. But a very good jump for Tampa Bay. I think that was Walls that went on over to second. And they're just going to intentionally walk Caminero. And they're going to try to set up the double play. And Mark Kotze is going to go out there. And that, I believe, is going to be it for his pitcher. As Jonathan Aranda is coming up. We'll see, though. And I think he's going to stay out there. Okay. So we got 2 runners on in this game. In the bottom of the 8th. All tied up 3-3 in Tampa Bay. It's still scoreless in Atlanta. That game is in the top of the 8th. There's nobody out. The Angels are currently up to bat right now as we speak. The Astros, well, they have runners on at the corners with nobody out in the top of the 3rd, and it's tied up 1-1. Cubs lead at 3-2. That game's in the bottom of the 5th. And then the other game is the Texas Rangers. They lead at 3-2 as they go to the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch to Aranda. He flies this one out over towards straightaway center field. It's not deep enough. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th inning. So 2 away. And Josh Lowe is up. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icon. And they raised the Jolly Roger. 4 hits. That's crazy. The pitch. This one's fouled off. Counts 0-1. Astros just put up another run. They now lead at 2-1 on an RBI fielder's choice by Jake Myers. In case you have him in fantasy baseball, he just got an RBI fielder's choice. 0-1 pitch to Lowe. It's taken for strike 2 at the knees. The go-ahead run for Tampa Bay is at second base. No balls, 2 strikes. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the inning is over, and they're going to the top of the 9th in Tampa Bay. Knotted up at 3 apiece. Oh, boy. All right, so now I guess we're going to take a very, very quick breather, okay? Currently, as we speak, right now, let's take a look at the scores that are going on. Okay, so the Cincinnati Reds are in a rain delay out in Boston. It's 2-1. Boston is up in front. The Angels are taking on the Braves. It's scoreless out in Atlanta in the 8th inning. The Orioles are playing the Texas Rangers. That game's going to the bottom of the 5th in Arlington. The Cubs also lead at 3-2. They're in the bottom of the 5th out in Chicago. The Astros are playing the Rockies. They're tied 1-1 in the top of the 3rd. And, of course, as we just talked about, the Athletics are tied up 3-3 out in Tampa Bay. So with that being said, let's go over to Atlanta and let's see how things shape up for Mike Trout and the Angels. Trout just got on with a single out over to left field. And actually, a double out to left field. And the Angels could get their first run here. So let's stay tuned with this game. Pitch is taken for a ball to Taylor Ward. 1 ball, no strikes. And 1 away in the top of the 8th. And the 1-0 pitch is up high for ball 2. You like how I changed the graphics right there? I thought that was easy to follow along. 2 balls, no strikes to Taylor Ward, and the 2-0 pitch is a changeup. That's right down Broadway for strike 1. The 2-1 pitch to Ward, fouled away, and so the count is 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch. It's in the dirt for ball 3. And so the count is full. The nameless one say you are way better than these other live stream guys, like by far. Thank you. You have passion and talent. Love the wheel around of different games. Isn't it like NFL Red Zone? It's so cool. We call it our Diamond Cast. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, it's down for ball 4. And there's traffic on the bases for the LA Angels. Okay, so runners on over at first and second base, and Atlanta is in a pickle right now. Timeout taken on the mound in Atlanta. Okay. All right, so while we're in this little timeout here, let's go over to the top of the 9th out in Tampa Bay again. There is a strikeout to start off the 9th inning. It's a little bit confusing for me to just click on the right games here. It's because the Athletics are the away team. That's why. And scratch that, let's go back over to Atlanta, because they're back on. I thought maybe there was going to be a pitch and change. We'll stay put over here. The pitch, swing and a miss to Joe Adell. Top of the 8th, 1 out, 2 runners on. No balls, 1 strike to Adell. And the pitch, it's down for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. Trout's at second. The pitch. This one's lined out over to left field. It is a foul ball. Nope, it's a fair ball. Trout's rounding third. He'll come on in to score. The runner stops at third. And the Angels lead it 1-0. Couldn't tell if it was going to stay fair, but it did. And it's an RBI double. LA up on top. Joe Adell comes through and Trout scores. It just hit the chalk. It just hit the chalk. And Snicker's going to go out there, and that's going to be it for Lee. All right, so we'll get you back out there to Atlanta in just a little bit, as we have a pitching change for the Braves. And now we go back over to Tampa Bay. 2-2 pitch. This one's popped up. Fairbanks was pitching. It's hit over towards the mound. First baseman Aranda has it in 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Oh, boy. By the way, the Rangers, they lead it 3-2. They're in the bottom of the 5th, and they have a runner on at second base. So Joe Adell just gave the LA Angels the lead. 1-0. Here's Thomas, and he swings and misses at the fastball. It's no balls, 1 strike. Screen just froze. One ball, 1 strike. Fairbanks trying to get on the same page with his catcher. Obi Thomas, 17 homers in AAA and 70 RBI in 76 games. It's pretty good. It's now 1-2 to him. Top of the ninth, 2 outs, nobody on. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Pete Fairbanks with a 99-mile-per-hour fastball. They're going to the bottom of the ninth. The Rays going to try to walk it off. And we go back over to Atlanta to see how this inning ends up for the Angels. Aniel De Los Santos going to pitch for the Braves. 1-0 L.A. 2 runners on. Soler's at the plate. And the pitch is down in the dirt for a ball. Texas just put up another 2 runs. Ozuna just hit a 2-run homer. And they now lead it 5-2 in the bottom of the 5th. And also another update, the Houston Astros, Victor Caratini just hit a grand slam to make it 6-1 out in Colorado. Wow. 2-0 pitch here to Jorge Soler, and the pitch is fouled away. So more scoring. 6-1 Astros on a grand slam by Victor Caratini. And Ozuna with a 2-run homer for Texas. Just hitting 170. That's his first homer of the season. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch to Soler. Strike 2 called. Alejandro Ozuna. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Soler, and the 2-2 on the way. This one's lined out towards right center field. That's going to split the gap, go all the way towards the wall, and the Angels are going to get 2 more runs as Soler puts them up 3-0. Everything unfolding out in Atlanta, and Aniel De Los Santos not able to get Soler out. Okay. So we have to stop here. We got to change things over and go out to Tampa Bay because it's scoreless in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch. This one's lined out to right field for a base hit. And it's a single to start things off for Jose Caballero in the bottom of the 9th inning in Tampa Bay. So he's over at first. We'll see how things end in Atlanta in a little bit, but this is in the bottom of the 9th. So the walk-off run for the Rays is now over at first base. Doug says, nice go, Angels. The leadoff man aboard and a timeout taken. So with that, let's go back over to the Angels for a quick second. First pitch is fouled off by O'Hoppe. It's back and forth between these 2 games. Michael Kelly pitching for the Athletics. The 0-2 to O'Hoppe, it's taken for a ball. This is Matt Tice up for the Tampa Bay Rays. Runner on at first, and the pitch is taken up high. The throw to second base. He is out at second base. Oh, what a throw again by Langeliers. The second time tonight that he has caught a runner, and the Rays are going to challenge this. Caballero, they think he was safe at second. Was he safe, though? Oh, it's close. It is close. And while they review that, we're going to go back to Atlanta again. Schumann. Kotze thinks that Schumann tagged him, but I don't know. Aniel De Los Santos with 2 outs in the top of the 8th and a runner on at third for the Angels. The pitch, line drive, base hit for the Angels. And they now put up 4 runs in this 8th inning. An opposite field RBI single by Rengifo. Got it. All right. And the pitch from De Los Santos is in there for a strike. 4-0 LA. Rangers now have bases loaded in the bottom of the fifth. We have that game in our periphery as well. They lead at 5-2. It's getting ugly for Baltimore. 1-1 strike to Dylan Moore. He's 0 for 3 tonight. 1-1, foul ball. The call on the field, by the way, does stand, and Caballero is out at second base. And Shea Langeliers has gunned out another runner. So that game will continue now, and the pitch is taken down for ball 2. We missed the first pitch. That was low for ball 1. 2 balls, no strikes to Tice. The 2-0 pitch. It's a sinker at the knees for strike 1. Rays looking to try to walk it off against the A's. Two balls, one strike. 2-1 pitch to Tice. Strike 2. It's over on the outside edge at the knees. Two-two pitch to Tice. He chops this one over towards the right side. First baseman has it. Flips it back over to Kelly in time for the second out of the inning. I think Seiya Suzuki just homered for the Cubs. So bottom of the ninth. He did. He homered out to left, and Chicago leads it 4-2. Here's Simpson. Chandler Simpson, 1 for 3 today, takes strike 1 on the outside corner at the knees. 0-1 pitch. That's high for a ball. Giants and D-backs are just underway right now. 1-1 pitch. There's a strike called. Rangers did not get home a run in that fifth inning. Or they did not add on runs in that fifth inning, I should say. They got 2 on a 2-run homer by Ozuna. 1-2 pitch. This one's grounded towards the left side, past the dive of the third baseman, out to left field. Simpson is going to stay put at first base, and the winning run is on for Tampa Bay. Okay, so that'll put a runner on over at first. We have more action going on in Atlanta. There's now runners at second and third on a wild pitch, and Zach Nato is up. Things just unfolding for the Braves. Bottom of the ninth here, Diaz up, and he takes outside for a ball against Kelly. Diaz tonight 0 for 3. Kelly will get set at the belts. The toss bat to first, not in time. Wow, Jays spanked the Yanks. They did. George Springer had 7 RBI. All by himself. That's the most he's ever had. 1 ball, no strikes to Yandy Diaz. And the 1-0 pitch. It's a curveball at the knees for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 9th, 2 away. Diaz with 2 career walk-offs. The pitch, that's going to get by Langeliers, and going over to second base is Simpson, and so the walk-off run is in scoring position for Tampa Bay. Crazy stuff. Bottom of the 9th, and they're going to intentionally walk the batter, and Mark Kotsay again is going to go out there to talk things over with his pitcher. We'll see if Kelly will stay on in the ball game this time around. So they're going to take their chances on Walls here. 2 runners on. And by the way, the Reds and Red Sox, they got suspended. So that game will finish up tomorrow afternoon. And then they'll start what they were supposed to play tomorrow. They'll have to start that game later. But it was pouring out in Boston. So that game will continue tomorrow. Just wanted to make sure that I stated that. Walk-off run at second base, and Walls is up. 2 outs, 2 runners on. Taylor Walls, 1 for 1, and he takes a sweeper in there for strike 1. Royals and Mariners just got things started. They're in the top of the 1st. No balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 9th. 0-1 pitch. It's high for a ball. The count is 1-1. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Walls with 3 career walk-off hits. And the 1-1, they try to see if he went around. He did. He did, says the third base umpire. Braves are going to the bottom of the 8th. They trail 4-0 against the Halos. 1-2 pitch. This one's chopped over towards the right side. First baseman has it. We're going to extras out in Tampa Bay. So that game's going to go to the top of the 10th. It's still tied 3-3 out at Steinbrenner Stadium. And with that, we'll do a little, we'll just check on in with these other games right now. So, as we mentioned, that the Rays and the A's are tied 3-3. Reds and Red Sox, that is going to be suspended, and they will finish out that ball game tomorrow. Angels and Braves, it's currently 4-0. They're in the bottom of the 8th. The Braves are down to their final 5 outs. The Orioles are down 5-2 to the Rangers with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. The Guardians are playing the Cubs. It's 4-2 out in Chicago, with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th over there. The Astros and Rockies, it's 6-1 out in Colorado, but the Rockies making it interesting with runners at the corners with nobody out. And then the Giants and the Diamondbacks just got started. There's 1 out in the top of the 1st with a runner on at first for San Fran. And the Royals have a runner on over at third base as they are in Seattle tonight. That game is just got started at 9:40. White Sox play the Dodgers. That game will get started at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time. And the Blue Jays beat the Yankees earlier this afternoon 12-5 out at the Rogers Center. The Pirates shut out the Cardinals 2-0 or 1-0, and the Marlins shut out Minnesota 2-0. Okay. So those are all your scores around Major League Baseball. The Royals did just score a run They now lead at 1-0 on an RBI single by Garcia. That's Michael Garcia, who just had an RBI single. It's 1-0 Kansas City. Michael Lorenzen pitching for them. And then for the Mariners, the guy that gave up the run was Emerson Hancock. All right, so back out to Tampa Bay we go. There's a ghost runner for the Athletics, and that's Thomas. And Clark was on the show bunts. The throw back to second is not in time. Clark tried to show bunt, and I don't think he took it back in time. Oh, yes, he did. So it's a 1-0 count. Am I going to do the All-Star game? Or just going to watch on your own? I don't know yet. I have no clue yet. 1-0 pitch. It's taken down for ball 2. Mason Montgomery pitching for the Tampa Bay Rays. Two balls, no strikes. And the pitch. It's taken for ball 3. Three balls, 1 strike. That's to Denzel Clark. Ghost runner at second. 3-1 pitch on the way. He shows bunt. He throws it over towards the third base side. Third baseman has it, throws it over to first. And the runner from second does advance over to third. Max Schulman is going to come on up. So the Athletics are going to try to take the lead here in the top of the 10th. Guardians are down 4-2. They're going to the top of the 7th and starting to get a little bit later over there. There's a timeout taken on the mound here. The Braves just got out of the 8th inning. They're going to the top of the 9th. They're down 4-0 against the Halos. There might be 3 teams that could be shut out. That's crazy. So 1 away in the top of the 10th. Max Schumann's up. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout and 2 groundouts. Infield is playing on in. The pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Montgomery pitching for Tampa Bay. 1-0 pitch. Fouled off. Count is 1-1. One pitch is taken for ball 2. So 2-1 is the count now to Max Schumann. Two one, swing and a miss. Question is, who's going to pitch the bottom of the 10th? 2-2 on the way. It's in the dirt for ball 3. So that'll make the count now full at 3-2. Guardians have 1 out in the top of the 7th. Matt Boyd, 6 1/3, 5 strikeouts for the Cubs. Three balls, 2 strikes. Go ahead run over at third. Mason Montgomery pitching for the Tampa Bay Rays. 3-2. It's inside and low for ball 4, and that's going to put runners on over at the corners with 1 out. Okay. The Rockies just got to run back. It was 6-1. Estrada hit a sac fly in the bottom of the third, so it's 6-2 as they're in the top of the fourth right now. Just wanted to throw that out there. But obviously all eyes on this A's-Rays game. Wins is up. This is Austin Wins, 34 years old. He's going to pinch hit. And Tice is going to go have a conversation with Montgomery. Frida's had a great year, but the Yanks did not have it today. It just happens sometimes. It just happens sometimes. Runners on at first and third. In the top of the 10th, out in Tampa Bay. Extra innings in Florida. So 1 out. And the pitch to Wins is a slider that's in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. 1 out, top of the 10th. 0-1 pitch. This one is skied, but it's hooking foul and out of play. That'll make the count now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes to Wins. Montgomery gets set above the belt, and the 0-2 pitch. It's fouled off. That pitch was at 100 miles per hour for Montgomery. A 100. 39 strikeouts from Montgomery, 20 on the fastball, 19 on the breaking ball. The pitch on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards deep left field. It'll stay in the ballpark. The catch is made. The runner from third tags up. The throw. It's not in time. The throw over to second base. That goes high over the shortstop's head. The runner from second goes on over to third, and he's going to be waved home. He's going to come on in to throw to the plate, and it's in time. Max Schumann thought that he could score, and the Rays said, nope, you can't do that. But the Athletics do take the lead 4-3 in the top of the 10th. I don't know what he was doing rounding third. And Kotze says challenge to see if he was blocking the play. Let's see again. A bizarre sequence of events. The throw was cut off by the pitcher, and then he threw it out over to center field in no man's land, and Schumann had to get up, and he was going on over to third base, and he came on in to score. The throw again was cut off, or almost cut off, and I think that he was just tagged out by Tice. That was a beautiful throw on the money. Got him right on the helmet. Right on the helmet. That could have been a bad collision there. Regardless, though, it is 4-3. It is 4-3 at the very least. With 2 outs. Rangers have runners on at the corners in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out. Angels have runners on at first and second. This is a big call here. It looked like he was out. The question is, was he blocking the plate? That's the question. And so he was, and we're going to the bottom of the 10th inning. 4-3 is the score. The A's up on top by 1. They'll be back in just a little bit. The Rangers just put up another 3 runs, or another 2 runs, on a 2-run single by Adolis Garcia. He's had 2 2-run singles today. And Texas now leads it 7-2 against Baltimore. And Garcia is over at first. Matt Shaw is up for the Chicago Cubs. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to him. They're in the bottom of the 7th. And they currently lead at 4-2. I guess what we could do is we could go back out to LA, but that game is really starting to get out of hand as there's a wild pitch. And the count is 1-2, and there's runners now over at second and third base for the Halos in the top of the 9th inning. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the notification bell icon too, and that way you will know when we do go live. The count's 1-2 to Joe Adell here, and Adell is going to foul it off of his ankle. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. All right, the A's are back, and they are 3 outs away from securing the win in Tampa Bay. We'll get back out there after this pitch as the 1-2 is fouled off. This is Mason Miller going to pitch. So Miller's pitching the bottom of the 10th. 4.70 ERA. 50 strikeouts. Obviously has good stuff when he's on. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. That's to Brandon Lau. They're going to face him. They don't want to set up a double play. 1 ball, no strikes to Lau. He's 1 for 4 today, and the pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the 10th. The ghost runner's at second. 1-1 pitch. It's in there for strike 2 at the knees. One-two pitch, swing and a miss. 1 away in the bottom of the 10th. Mason Miller comes up strong without number 1. And he needs 2 more to go to wrap up this ball game out in Tampa Bay. Kansas City just added on a run, and they now lead at 2-0. The Giants, Willie Adames hit a homer out to left center field. That's in the top of the 2nd. Dodgers and White Sox should be getting started at 10:10. Bottom of the 10th here in Tampa Bay, and the pitch. That was at 104, and it's a foul ball. 104 miles per hour, folks. 104. You heard that correct, Lee. No balls, 1 strike. All the Rays can do is just laugh. Crazy. Junior Caminero up at the plate. And he'll take a step off Mason Miller. Miller versus Caminero. The pitch on the way. Fly ball hit out over to deep left field. That's going back towards the track, and it's caught in front of the wall for out number 2. Everybody was on their feet. Caminero thought he had it. He did not, and there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 10th. That was a fastball down the middle. He almost connected. Almost. They are going to intentionally walk Jonathan Aranda. Boy, was that close. That would have been crazy. The Giants now lead it 2-0 on an RBI ground out by Patrick Bailey. So Adames had a solo homer, and Bailey just had an RBI ground out. It's 2-0 in the top of the second. Royals are threatening to score again. They lead it 2-0 on an RBI single by Lofton. So the Rays down to their final out, and the pitch is taken for a called strike on the outside corner at 102 miles per hour. Nothing in 1 is the count. 0-1 pitch. It's inside at 102. Therefore, the count's now 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. It's outside for ball 2. Not by much. Two balls, 1 strike. Mason Miller on the bump. The tying runs at second. A's lead at 4-3. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Tampa Bay down to its final strike. Josh Lowe does have 1 career walk-off hit. It was against the Jays. Runner from second does go on over to third on the balk. And the runner from first goes on over to second. So a base hit not only can tie the game, but now it could win the game. Oh, that's huge. Tampa Bay, though, still down to its final strike. Miller trying to get the save. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. And the A's able to get a win as they win by a score of 4-3 in extra innings. Wow. Crazy stuff. What a thrower of a game that was out in Tampa Bay. Back and forth, and really a dramatic ending as the A's come out on top by a final score of 4-3. Wow, that's crazy. All right, so let's just recap. We have now 3 final scores today. The A's won 4-3. Actually, sorry, 4, that is. The Yankees, if you count that, they won 12-5. Or sorry, they ended up losing, by a score of 12-5 to the Jays. Rockies are now down 6-3. That's in the top of the 5th. Let's do this. Let's go to the bottom of the 9th out in Atlanta. Again, the Braves are getting shut out. It's 4-0 Angels. That's what the score is out at Truist Park. So we'll put that game on right now. And I guess what we also could do is we could put the Giants game on here. 1-1 pitch. This one is flied out over towards center field. It's caught, and there's 1 away in the bottom of the 9th. Kenley Jansen gets the first out of the inning. I got to reset the MLB app on here. So So 1 away in the bottom of the 9th. Michael Harris II, who's 1 for 3 today, is up. Toss back over to first, not in time. Which game shall we go to? We'll go to this one. So bottom of the 9th, 1 out. And the pitch. It's in there for a called strike to Michael Harris. Count is 0-1. After this, we're going to go on over to Chicago. It's 4-2. They're in the top of the 8th. Cleveland down to their final 6 outs. 0-1 to Harris. Fouled away. Daniel Schneemann is up for Chicago. He's facing Keller. Thank you so much. Appreciate the membership. What's up, Asia? Hey, JJ, I'm back at work now. Appreciate you. The ball is 2 strikes to Harris. 0-2 pitch. This one is popped up again over towards the left side. It's a foul ball. 46 likes, 37 people tuning on in. We can get to 50 by the end of tonight. 0-2 is the count to Michael Harris. What's up, Sam? How's Sam doing? Oh, 2 to Harris. Another foul ball. Stephen Kwan is up for the Cleveland Guardians. And he takes a fastball that's outside. If he gets on, the tying run would be coming up to the plate. Now, the Orioles are making it interesting as they just hit a line drive out over to right field, and that is caught for out number 1. But there are runners on at first and second. 0-2 is the count to Harris, and another pitch and another foul ball. Then was fouled off again. Oh, 2 to Michael Harris. The pitch, swing and a miss. Out number 2 in the bottom of the 9th. So Atlanta with 1 more out to go. There's a runner on at first now in the Cleveland game as Kwan got on. So they have the tying run up at the plate now. And there's a timeout taken on the mound here. So let's go back over to Cleveland because that game is getting a little bit late. Sean Murphy is up for the Braves, and he's their final hope. Two outs, bottom of the 9th. And Murphy is coming up to bat for Atlanta. Manzardo just lined out into a 4-3 double play for Cleveland. The inning is over. Wow. Oh, no. Yeah, the Cubs are challenging this. They called him safe at first. I thought he was out. 1 ball, no strikes to Sean Murphy. 2 away. And the pitch. It's taken for a strike. See, did Kwan get his hand back in there? He's out. I think he's out. 1-1 to Murphy. Swing and a miss. Atlanta down to its final strike. This Guardians-Cubs game has been entertaining. I'm sure it has. I haven't even been able to go on over there because of the back and forth going on between the A's and the Rays. But yeah, I'm sure it's been a good one. 1-2 pitch. It's down for ball 2. Orioles are threatening to make it a game. Like to go on over there. A lot of good baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Sean Murphy. They're still reviewing that play over at first to see if Quan was out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Murphy. Another foul ball. And he slices it out of play. Dodgers and White Sox just getting started right now. That's the final game to take place tonight. So the call stands and he's safe over at first. Wow. 2-2 to Murphy. Swing and a miss. Atlanta loses. And the Angels shut him out. All right, so now we got to go on over to Chicago and see how this game goes right now. How about the Rockies making of the game? They have a runner on over at third. That's been sort of our underrated game tonight. But let's go over to Cleveland, or to Chicago, I should say. First pitch is taken in the dirt for a ball. And that's to Jose Ramirez. A lot of action going on. Jackson Holliday is due up for the Baltimore Orioles with runners at first and second in the top of the 7th. And there's 2 gone. But here's Jose Ramirez. 1-0 to Ramirez. There's a fly ball hit out over towards center field. And Crow Armstrong's there, makes the catch. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Out in Chicago, 4-2 is the score. All right, so now what do we do? Let's stay put over in Texas, and we'll see how the Orioles do here. Here's Jackson Holliday. The pitch is taken for a strike. 1-1 is the count. We'll put the Rockies game over here. Rockies just put up another run. Wow. They are not going away. They're not going down without a fight. The tying run is up at the plate. We're going to have to go on over there. More runs for the Rockies. Holliday did go around. The tying run is coming up to the plate. What happened? Doyle reached on an RBI infield single to make it 6-4. Pitch to Holliday, swing and a miss. He is down on strikes. Jackson Holliday can't do anything. And so they're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. All right, so I guess we got to go to Colorado. Here's the pitch. This one's flied out over towards deep center field. That's going back over towards the track, towards the wall. And it's caught by Myers. Jake Myers with a beautiful catch out in center field. And the first baseman is pointing over to second base. And Altuve says that he was doubled up. Oh, Jake Myers just made an acrobatic catch in center field for Houston. Did he catch that? Did he catch that? Or did he use the wall? Did it bounce off the wall? I don't know. I think he caught it. He sort of used his glove to sort of trap it. I don't know. Rockies manager looking for an explanation here. 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. With nobody on. That was a hell of a catch by Jake Myers. Go watch the highlights of that catch. And so the question now becomes, what are the umpires going to do here? All right, so as we try to get an explanation here, we're going to go back over to Chicago to check up on the Cubs. It's 4-2 Chicago. Schneemann just bobbled a barehanded play over at second. And that's going to be it for the Guardians pitcher. And so back to Colorado we go. So the call was overturned and the runner at first was safe. That's what the call was. The Rockies with another base hit. And they now make it 6-4 with 2 runners on now. And there's going to be a pitching change as the Astros pitcher, his night is done. Wow. So what ended up happening? Taglia is due up. Gordon tonight. That's Colton Gordon. Did not pitch well. He did not do well at all for the Houston Astros. And he has to do with runners on at first and second. Oh, boy. Wow. It's getting late now. It is getting late. Steven Oker is going to face Orlando Arcia in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 outs as there's a pitching change. So we got 2 pitching changes going on. One in Chicago, the other one in Colorado. Yeah. So the Dodgers are scoreless. They're in the bottom of the 1st. The Giants lead at 2-0 against the Diamondbacks. The Cubs lead at 4-2. They're in the bottom of the 8th with a runner on over at first. And those are all the games we got right now. The Rangers also lead at 7-2. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well, folks. Still got a lot of good baseball left tonight. We've been on for 3 hours, 17 minutes. We still got another 3 hours to go. I'm pretty sure. It's probably going to be another 3 hours. Oh, boy. All right. So let's see. We're in the bottom of the 5th out in Colorado. Now, why isn't this working? Okert's pitching for Houston. This has been a back-and-forth game between the both of these teams. PCA is up, and he just lines this one off of the ankle of the pitcher. Swanson around second. He goes on over to third, and the Cubs now have runners at first and third. Wow. The pitch. This one's fouled off by Orlando Arcia. Arcia's 0 for 1 with a walk. 2 outs in the pitch. It's outside for a ball to Orlando Arcia. The Mariners are down by 2. It's 3-1 in the bottom of the 2nd. Pitch, and that's taken outside for a ball. Rosarina homered in the bottom of the 2nd for Seattle. Cheers. 2 balls, 1 strike to Arcia. And the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got a slider there. Counts now 2-2. Two balls, two strikes to Orlando Arcia. Okert on the mound. The fifth pitch of the at-bat. This one's grounded over to shortstop. And the throw to first in time. And they're going to the sixth inning out in Denver, Colorado. Swanson just tagged up and scored, and the Cubs now lead it 5-2 against the Guardians. It was a sacrifice fly to put Chicago up by 3. And so it's a 5-2 ball game out at Wrigley Field. And still 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Nico Horner's up, and Horner takes a ball in the dirt. Count is 1-0. The Giants lead it 2-0. That's in the bottom of the 3rd. Dodgers have runners on at first and second base against the White Sox in the bottom of the 1st. It's about these late windows, or the 8 o'clock windows now that are just wrapping up. One ball, one strike. Bottom of the 8th, 2 away. And the 1-1 pitch outside for ball 2. Oops, wrong scoreboard. There we go. 2-1 pitch to Horner. This one's grounded foul over towards the left side. Hopefully you're all having yourselves a very fantastic night. Two-two pitch. It's fouled off again. Angel Chiavelli is going to pitch in the top of the 6th out in Houston. Two balls, two strikes to Nico Horner. And 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. 2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Hit over towards the right side. Diamondbacks putting pressure on the Giants. Two-two to Horner. This one's grounded over to short. It's picked up. The throw to second base in time. And Chicago is now 3 outs away from sealing the deal against the Guardians. And they'll be back in just a few moments. All right, let's take a little break and let's go over to Arizona. All right, let's check in on one of these late game windows. Arizona has a runner on at second. The 1-2 pitch. This one's lined over the head of the second baseman, Fitzgerald. The Diamondbacks are going to get a run on an RBI single against Hayden Birdsong. That's Geraldo Perdomo, who gets on with an RBI single and cuts the deficit 2-1. Crazy. Very good job by him. Realize that we didn't have the right game up. There it is. So it's 2-1 in the bottom of the 3rd with 2 outs. Again, still plenty of time left in that game. A lot of baseball left to go. Astros lead at 6-4. The Dodgers just put up 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st. They lead at 2-0 against the White Sox. 2-1 pitch. It's on the outside corner for strike 2 to Ketel Marte. The pitch. Foul ball. When the Guardians get back, we'll look at the top of the ninth inning over there. Guardians have Santana to lead things off. Bottom of the third, 2 outs. The pitch. It's up high for a ball. So the count's now 2-2. Pavin Smith waits in the on-deck circle. Pitch on the way. It's up high for ball 3. That's to Ketel Marte. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Marte. Bottom of the third, 2 outs, and the pitch. It's outside for ball 4. That's going to put runners on at first and second. Daniel Palencia is going to try to close it out for the Cubs. And we shall see what goes on over there. Santana is up at the plate. He's 2 for 3 today. And the first pitch is up high for a ball to Carlos Santana. So you're keeping the pipes warm for tomorrow's doubleheader. We'll be here. We'll be ready. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 pitch to Santana. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. And it's caught for out number 1 by Kyle Tucker. 1 away. Wow. That thing was scorched just right at Kyle Tucker. And so 1 out in the top of the 9th. Palencia has had a very good year. He's taken over as the closer for Ryan Presley. Lane Thomas is up. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored for Cleveland. And the pitch, that reaches 101 on the gun. Swing and a miss. So the count is 0-1. 1 out, top of the 9th. 0-1 pitch on the way. That's at 102, and it's in there for strike 2. 102 miles per hour. You heard that correctly. Palencia can fire. He's good. No balls, 2 strikes to Lane Thomas. 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. 102 again. Wow. Crazy stuff. 2 gone in the top of the 9th out in Cleveland, or Chicago, that is. It is a 5-2 game, and the Guardians have 1 more out to go. And then we got 4 more games left. Up to bat now is Manzardo, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. One ball, no strikes. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 101. That was just 101. 101 miles per hour. What a joke. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch, check swing. He went around. And the count's 1-2. Fans getting on their feet at Wrigley Field as it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jones in the box. Palencia gets set again at the belt. 1-2 pitch. Foul ball. The Dodgers have put up 4 runs in the bottom of the first, and yet they're not even out of that inning. One ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th, 2 away. Cubs, 1 more strike away from getting the dub against the Guards. 1-2 pitch. There it is. Strike 3. Palencia strikes out the side. He struck out 2 batters. But regardless, the save is recorded and the Cubs do win. So 5-2 the final score out in Chicago. And we now have 5 games left remaining. 5 games still remaining on this Major League Baseball night. Okay, good stuff. Let's take another sip of water. So the games that are left right now, okay, these are the games left. Let's make sure that we capitalize on this. The Orioles are playing the Rangers. They're in the bottom of the 8th. It's 7-2 Texas. The Astros are taking on the Rockies. It's 6-4. They're going to the bottom of the 6th. There's still plenty of baseball left in that game. And the Rockies have been knocking on the door. They were down 6-1. It's a 6-4 game. The Giants are playing the Diamondbacks. It's 2-1 San Fran in the top of the 4th with 1 out. The Royals, we haven't talked about that game at all today. Kansas City up 3-1 out in Seattle. And then the White Sox are playing the Dodgers. It's 4-0 L.A. Still 5 games left to go. And we still have a lot left to do. So, as we stand right now, the Texas Rangers are currently up 7-2 in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. Let's put this game over here. We'll put the Royals game here, along with the Mariners. We'll have that game up here. Now we're just maneuvering is essentially what's going on. Zach Gallen is pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks. All right. We're going to stay out here in Colorado to see if things get interesting for these Rockies. It's 6-4, bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. They're taking on the Astros. Souza is coming up for them. Adolis Garcia is going to try to go 4 for 5 today, as he is up at the plate right now for the Texas Rangers. He's facing former Philly Gregory Soto. Bennett Sousa is going to pitch for Houston. And the pitch, this one is lined foul over towards the left side. All right, so let's put the Rockies game up. The Rockies game is up. Sousa gets set at the letters, lines up, and delivers. Throws a strike. Giants and D-backs are going to the bottom of the 4th. Ryan Ritter is up at the plate. It's 6-4 Houston. The pitch. This one's lined foul over towards the left side. And it's a foul ball. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icons, folks. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th for Colorado as Sousa gets a big strikeout. Michael Conforto had a 2-run base hit. It was a 2-run single in the bottom of the 1st for the Dodgers. Andy Pages also had an RBI double. And Teoscar Hernandez had an RBI single. The pitch. This one's grounded over to short. The throw to first in time. 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th. Watching last night's highlights, Padres starter was doing some damn good ball. Some great catches, too. I told you that rob at the wall was awesome. but Zach was dominating. He was. Zach Wheeler is just, he's not human. He's not human. The pitch is inside for a ball. Julio Rodriguez is up for the Mariners. You know, we'll go to that game right now. It's a big at-bat. He's the tying run. They're in the bottom of the third. It's still early. But J-Rod is up. 1 ball, no strikes. Michael Lorenzen comes set and fires, and the pitch to J-Rod is fouled away towards the right side. Rockies just got out of the inning as they grounded out over to shorts. So they're now going to the 7th. Cal Raleigh waits in the on-deck circle. He has the most homers before an all-star break. And to do it as a catcher is even more ridiculous. We'll see if he can come on up soon. 1-1 pitch to Julio Rodriguez. Foul ball. Michael Lorenzen getting the start for the Kansas City Royals. Diamondbacks have a runner on over at first in the bottom of the 4th. They've made things interesting. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s up. We can head over there soon, too. So a little back and forth between the Giants game and the Mariners game. Toss bat to second, not in time. The witching hours were fun. But now it's sort of quieted back down. Still plenty of baseball left to go in all 5 of these games. 1-2 pitch to J-Rod. Swing and a miss. Lorenzen got him. I can't believe it. But Julio Rodriguez strikes out. And the Mariners are going to the top of the 4th. Okay. Let's see how Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is going to do here. 2-0 pitch. Taken down for ball 3. Three balls, no strikes to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 3-0 pitch. That's taken down for ball 4. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, who were down 2-0, now have runners on at first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. Oh, boy. Who's going to stay up with me tonight to watch the rest of these 5 games? Anybody? Who's staying up? Then we got a doubleheader tomorrow. We have a timeout taken out in the desert. Hidden Birdsong is going to have a conversation with the rest of his infielders and the pitching coach for San Francisco. And so while we're in this little break here, White Sox, that game's still early. It's in the top of the 2nd with 2 runners on and 2 outs. Yamamoto's pitching. Rojas fouled out to left, so that's going to end the inning there. There's my mom. Shout out to my mom. Shout out to Mama. Mama Joseph. How are you, Mama? I love you, Mama. Altuve's up for the Astros. He takes a ball. But McCarthy's up for Arizona. That's the game that we're on right now. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Giants lead it 2-1. 1-0 pitch is inside and low for ball 2. So the count is 2-0. 5 games left remaining. Still in the early stages, except for the Houston game that's starting to get a little bit late. 2-0, and this one's flied out over to deep right field. McCarthy goes deep, and the Diamondbacks take the lead 4-2. Hidden Birdsong just gave him a pitch right down Broadway. What a swing. That was a missile. Dad's not going to be happy about that. He's a Giants fan. Crazy. That ball just absolutely soared on out of here. And the Giants had a 2-0 lead. They just gave it away. It's 4-2, still early in the bottom of the fourth. 2 balls, no strikes in the pitch to Grichuk. He flies this one out over towards right center field. That's going back towards the track. That's going to hit off the top of the wall. Grichuk's going to go on over to second base. And so he gets on with a double with nobody out in the bottom of the fourth. Crazy. That pitch to McCarthy was just absolutely tattooed. I think it went over 420 feet or so. We'll get the distance on that in just a little bit. That went 422 feet. Crazy. Giants and Diamondbacks, they're both pretty close in the NOS standings. They really are. Giants are only 2.5 games above them. A runner on at second in the pitch. This one's flied out over towards left field. Left fielder Ramos is there, makes the catch, 1 away in the bottom of the fourth. And finally, the first out is recorded. Astros are going to the bottom of the seventh out in Denver, Colorado. And we'll be back there once the bottom of the seventh continues to see if the Rockies can try to put up some runs. The pitch. This one is fouled off. Five games left remaining. 3 of them postponed and 1 of them suspended. One game was suspended. By the way, the Rangers now lead at 10-2. I haven't forgotten about them. They are absolutely killing Baltimore, 10-2. Foscue had a 2-run double. Seager scored on a wild pitch. And they are 3 outs away from sealing the deal. It's pretty much, barring something crazy happens for Baltimore, then we'll go over there. But that seems to be like it's a done deal. So there doesn't really seem to be a reason to go on out there. So once that game is wrapped up, there will be 4 games left. 0-1 pitch. Fouled off. No balls, 2 strikes to Alek Thomas. Still in the bottom of the fourth. Still 1 out. And the 0-2. Flied out over towards shallow right field. Second baseman Fitzgerald's there, makes the grab, 2 outs. And Perdomo is coming up. He delivered the first run for Arizona. Lisa JJ's sister. I just said mom. I just said my mom. You may have gotten an ad though. But yeah, my mom. Don't come after my mama. Nobody's going to do that. 1 ball, no strikes. Perdomo is in the box. And the 1-0 is taken up high. Brian King is going to pitch for the Astros. We'll go back over to Colorado in just a little bit. 2 balls, no strikes. In the bottom of the fourth. 2-0 pitch. That's down for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. 3-0 pitch. It's a fastball at 95 for strike 1. Jordan Beck is up in the Rockies game. The count is 2-1 over there. Here's the 3-1 pitch. This one's fouled away by Perdomo. Three balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Beck. And Beck is going to line this one out over to right field for a base hit, and the Rockies are going to get the tying run up at the plate. So back to Arizona we go. The 3-2 to Perdomo. Strike 3 called, got him looking. And Arizona's going to the top of the 5th. The Giants are down 4-2. All right, let's see what happens in Colorado here. Thairo Estrada's up. Bottom of the 7th in the pitch. That's going to get by the catcher. And so the Rockies have a runner in scoring position. Estrada 0 for 2. Jordan Beck is now at second base. Thanks, I'm a fan too. I've too met you. Yes. That's right. The pitch to Estrada, it's up high for ball 2. Wow, what if the Astros actually blow this here? That'd be wild. Bottom of the 7th, out in Colorado, 2-0 pitch. Foul ball. And it goes out of play. Two balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. And the 2-1, foul ball. Can Estrada get on? Think he can get on here? 2-2 pitch, another foul ball. Baltimore has 1 out in the top of the 9th. And again, Texas leads at 10-2. Tying run up for Colorado. 6-4, bottom of the 7th. 2-2 pitch on the way. This one's grounded back over towards the mound. The runner at second's going to get caught into a rundown. That's Jordan Beck as he goes back over to second now. Tries to go back over to third. Can't escape the rundown. 1 away. That's going to go down as a 1-5-4-5 fielder's choice. And so 1 gone in the top of the 7th. Patrick Bailey is up for the Giants. We'll get to his at-bat in just a little bit. But King made a very good play for Houston. So 1 out and a runner on at first in the bottom of the 7th. Out in Denver, Colorado, and the pitch is taken for ball 1. Dodgers are up 4-0 in the top of the 3rd against the White Sox. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. The 1-1, swing and a miss again on an elevated fastball at 93 miles per hour. One-two delivery. It's on the outside corner for a called strike 3. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th inning in Colorado. The Rangers just won. They finally got the win. And so now 4 games left to go. So now I don't even have to worry about a game not being showed up on here. I can just put this in full screen. I can put this in full screen. There we go. Nice. 4 games left. Two gone in the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch. This one's going to be grounded over to third. Third baseman has it, picks it up, throws it over to first, and we're going to the 8th inning in Denver, Colorado. 6-4 is the score. The Rockies down by 2. All right, back to San Fran. Or back to Arizona, I should say. One out here in the top of the 5th, and Tyler Fitzgerald is up. And he takes a 1-0 pitch in there for a strike. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a foul ball. Fitzgerald facing Zach Gallen, who has 70 pitches. One ball, 2 strikes. Gallen gets set the letters, and he kicks, delivers, and a called strike 3 at the knees. And Fitzgerald is going to go down looking. 2 away in the 5th inning. How's everybody's night going? Let us know down below. Hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. Yaz is due up for the Giants. And he takes low for a ball. John, I'll never forget, like, when you said the first time I did this, that your voice really does change. Like, when it's a later on game and there's a lot of excitement, you just have a different tone. It's funny because I never really thought about that. We got some action going on in Seattle. We'll go back there in just a little bit. 1-1 pitch. That's taken for strike 2 at the knees. Maikel Garcia is up for the Kansas City Royals in Seattle. 1-2 pitch. It's down and out for ball 2. Gallen with 75 pitches. 2-2 on the way. It's dropped foul. Four games left in Major League Baseball. 2-2 pitch to Yaz, and he fouls it away. Royals have 2 runners in scoring position out in Seattle, and they lead it 3-1. Nobody out. Here's the 2-2 to Yaz. That's taken down for ball 3. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Garcia. The 1-2. This one's dribbled over towards the catcher. The throw to first is in time. And so they don't even advance the runner. Nothing. Back to the Giants. Swing and a miss. And Yaz strikes out. They're going to the bottom of the 5th. 4-2 Arizona. Okay. All right. Back to Seattle. Sal Perez is up for the for the Kansas City Royals. Perez just hitting .229 with 9 homers and 43 RBI, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. Counts 0-1. Nothing in 1 to Sal in the pitch. This one is high and deep, lifted out towards right center field. That's going back towards the track. That's going to hit off the top of the wall. It's not ruled a homer yet, but at least 2 runs will score, and Perez goes over to second. The throw to the plate is not in time. 5-1 Kansas City. Salvador Perez, a guy that's been in the league for a while. At the age of 36, still playing at a high level. Here's the pitch. This one's lined out over to center field. Sliding catch by Julio Rodriguez. There's 2 away. In the top of the 5th. Can't believe Sal Perez just hit a 2-run shot out over to right center. It almost went out. It just stayed on in the ballpark. So top of the 5th, 2 away. And Lofton is coming up to bat. The pitch to Lofton that's outside for a ball. Emerson Hancock pitching. Not so well for Seattle. The 1-0. It's down and away for ball 2. Two-0 pitch. Another foul ball. And so the count's now 2-1. Three seconds left on the pitch clock. 2-1 pitch. Fouled away. And so the count's now 2-2. The windup in the pitch. Ground ball hit over towards the first base side. First baseman has it, tags the bag. And Seattle coming up to bat in the bottom of the 5th. It's 5-1. All right. So again, 4 games left to go. It's all in the late windows. All right. So we got the Astros taking on the Rockies. That's in the top of the 8th with 2 outs. We got the Diamondbacks up 4-2 in the bottom of the 5th with 1 out. The Royals lead at 5-1 as they go to the bottom of the 5th. And the Dodgers lead at 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd against the Chicago White Sox. Those are all the games going on right now as we speak. Final scores today. Blue Jays won 12-5 against the Yankees. The Pirates, they shut out the Cardinals 1-0. That was an incredible game that we got to watch. A very cool ending. The Marlins also won their 8th straight game in a row. They won 2-0 against the Twins. The Rays, they lost 4-3 in a really good game out in Tampa Bay. The Red Sox and the Reds, that game got suspended due to rain, so they'll finish that game out tomorrow. And they'll also play their scheduled game after that's done. The Braves got shut out 4-0 against the Angels. The Orioles lost 10-2 to Texas. And the Guardians, well, they got beat today 5-2. Phillies and Padres got postponed along with the other couple of games. The Mets game got postponed. Where was it? The Mets. They were supposed to play Milwaukee. That game got postponed in Detroit and Washington. That was also rained out as well. So those are all your scores around Major League Baseball. 4 of them are still going on right now as we speak. Guess we'll stay put here out in the desert, 4-2. And Eugenio Suarez is up 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. And once this inning is done, we'll go back to Denver, Colorado. So they're going to the bottom of the 8th inning. They trail 6-4. Pitch to Suarez. It's taken for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 pitch to Eugenio Suarez. It's taken for strike 1. My accent changes depending on who I'm speaking to. Sometimes Southern, sometimes Philly, English, and Rasta. Really? 2 balls, 1 strike. Or 1 ball, 2 strikes, I should say, to Eugenio Suarez. 1-2, it's taken low and away for ball 2. JJ calling 5 games at once is a real sports roustabout. It's pretty cool. 2-2 pitch. And he swings and misses. It gets away from the catcher. And he's going to go on over to first base. It's actually a wild pitch. And so the Giants have to get an extra out. A wild pitch on the strike 3. And then Eugenio Suarez gets a free base. Actually really should have been caught by Sandoval. But he didn't do a good job at getting it out of the dirt. Actually didn't even hit the dirt. It just hit the bottom of the glove. All right, so Michael Toglia is coming up for the Rockies. We'll get there and I'll actually go over there right now. Because why not? That game is later on. Here's the pitch, and that's fouled right off of the mask of the Astros catcher, Caratini. Ouch. Dodgers just got another run. They now lead at 5-0 as they go to the 4th. The pitch to Gurriel. Fly ball hit out to left field, and that one is gone for Arizona. They are crushing the Giants. 6-2 D-backs. That was a shot. What a swing by Gurriel. He went golfing. It's 6-2 out in the desert between the Diamondbacks and the Giants. And now back to Colorado we go. Mariners just got an RBI double from Williams. It's 5-2 there. Bottom of the 8th in Denver, Colorado, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. The ball is 1 strike to Ryan McMahon for the Rockies. The pitch is outside for a ball. Rising Rhino, how are you, my friend? They've been going at it 4 hours strong. Still got another couple hours to do. Pitch. That's on the outside corner for a called strike. And the count's now 1-2. Mariners trying to make it a game here. They're only in the bottom of the 5th, though. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. The Rockies with a strikeout as McMahon goes down on strikes. Whew. Crazy. So 4 more outs to go in Denver. Paz almost caught that. The windup and the pitch. Foul ball. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe. Brian Abreu is pitching for Houston. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. This one's fouled away towards the right side. Ryan Ritter 2 for 3 in tonight's game for the Rockies. The windup and the next pitch wide for a ball. Now, there's not as much glitch now going on MLB.com. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He went around. We're going to the 9th out in Denver, Colorado. Another strikeout. So it's the 9th inning out in Colorado. Rockies down 6-4. The Mariners, we just mentioned that they just made things interesting. J.P. Crawford, former Philly, is up. The count's 2-0. It's 5-2. If Crawford gets on, it's only a 2-run game potentially. If he can single here. So Lorenzen with the 2-0 pitch to J.P. Crawford. It's a foul ball. Mariners got a run back in their bottom of the 5th inning thanks to an RBI double by Williamson. Two balls, 2 strikes. Also have an update on the White Sox game. The White Sox just got a run. They just had an RBI double. They cut the deficit 5-1. Sosa got on. Here's the pitch to Crawford. This one's going to be blooped out to left field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. And the Seattle Mariners are down by 2 on an opposite field RBI single by J.P. Crawford. There's still a lot of game left in Seattle. It's not even nighttime over there. Tying run coming up. And that's going to be it for Michael Lorenzen. His night is done. Okay. Let's go check in on those Dodgers. Let's see how they're doing. The White Sox did just put up a run, and it's a 5-1 ball game out at Dodger Stadium. It's 2-0, and the pitch fouled off. So we just heard that Sosa had an RBI double for Chicago. White Sox are 28-56, guys. The Dodgers are 53-32. 2 total opposite teams. 2 balls, 1 strike, top of the 4th. 2 outs. Sosa's at second. And this is Rojas who's up at the plate. It's not the Phillies. I'm telling you that. This is Josh Rojas. And the other guy that's name is Sosa. That's Lennon Sosa. 2-2 pitch. It's down for ball 3. So the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs in the top of the 4th. And the payoff pitch, swing and a miss. And the Dodgers are going to the bottom of the 4th inning, but the White Sox do get 1 run back. Okay. All right. All right, so Michael Lorenzen's day is done out in Seattle. And so we have a new pitcher coming on in. Tying run is coming up. And Julio Rodriguez is up at the plate representing the tying run. It just got interesting. It was a 5-1 game, and now it's 5-3 Kansas City. Pitch is taken for a ball to J-Rod. Schreiber's pitching. This is John Schreiber versus Julio Rodriguez. 1-0 pitch. Foul ball. You guys are the best. You guys are awesome, man. Shout out to you guys. Vocal cords are still good. We're taking care of them. Don't you worry. 1 ball, 1 strike to Julio Rodriguez, and the 1-1 swing and a miss. That sailed outside. In case you're wondering, the Astros are in the top of the 9th. The 9th. Going back to Denver to see how that game ends. And I guess we got to shut down the laptop, right? That'll be the first thing that we fold. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Julio Rodriguez. And the 1-2 pitch is outside for ball 2. Well, I appreciate you guys. 2-2 to Rodriguez. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's going to be caught by Caglione. He thought he had it. He did not. And so it's the end of the 5th inning. The Royals lead at 5-3, but the Mariners do get a couple of runs back. So they go to the 6th. Okay. So that is done. Let's take a sip of water. Let's take a little break for a second. Just a little sip of water. Here's the Rockies game. Audio is clipping. Is it just me? That's you. It is you. It is you. Exit out of the app. Come back. Come back on in. Top of the 9th, Isaac Paredes is up. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rockies down by 2. 6-4 Houston. Victor Caratini hit a grand slam for the Astros. 2-2 on the way. Foul ball. Water break. Scott, my audio is fine, right? Is it just John? Or is it choppy? Pitch. This one's grounded over to third base. Third baseman has it. Throws it over to first. It's in time. Randall Grichuk just hit a solo homer for the Diamondbacks, and they now lead at 7-2 against the Giants. Another run and another homer. That's the 3rd homer of the game by Arizona. 7-2 Snakes. The pitch. It's taken down for a ball to Jake Myers. I'm back logged in, or logged out, and now it's fine. So the Diamondbacks just got another run. That thing went absolutely far. That's the 3rd homer of that game between the Diamondbacks and the Giants. Astros have a runner on at second. The 1-1 pitch. It's down for ball 2. In case you're wondering, how are we doing this, JJ? I got the iPad out for one game. I got the phone out for another game. I got the laptop on, and I have it on another monitor for the third game. And for the fourth, I have my old laptop. Crazy. I'm a psychopath. I got 4 pieces of technology, and I'm not even home. So fifth would probably be like my TV in my room. The pitch on the way. Another fly ball hit out to left field, and the Diamondbacks are just hitting homers against the Giants. James McCann tees off, and the Snakes lead it 8-2 out in the desert. Unbelievable. Look at the score, folks. 8-2. Crazy. We have a timeout taken on the mound back in Colorado. 2 runners on in the top of the 9th with 1 out. Oh, boy. Crazy. Victor Vodnik is pitching. Kyle Isbell's up in the Royals game. They're in the top of the 6th. Kansas City versus Seattle. But all eyes on Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros in the top of the 9th with 1 out. Looked up. I thought Ohtani got hurt. He did not. It was the umpire. The pitch from Vodnik. It's down for a ball to Jose Altuve. One ball, no strikes to Altuve. And the 1-0 pitch is a fastball at the knees for a strike. The Diamondbacks are slaughtering the Giants. The Dodgers are winning 5-1 against the White Sox. The Royals are up 5-3 against the Mariners. And the Astros lead at 6-4 against the Rockies. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's a changeup that's taken outside and low for ball 2 to Jose Altuve for Houston. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Two balls, 1 strike to Altuve in the pitch. That's taken for strike 2. I don't have alopecia. Nice play. Very good play there. 2-2 pitch. A called strike 3 on the outside corner to Altuve. Jose Altuve looks at strike 3, and there's 2 gone. The pitch. Foul ball. Ohtani just homered. Shohei Ohtani just hit a shot that went to the moon. And the Dodgers now lead at 6-1. We missed that live. His 30th homer of the season. It leads all of baseball. It leads the National League. Here's Cam Smith, and the 0-1 pitch is in there for strike 2. Scott was on it too. I had it on in the corner of my eye, but we had traffic on the bases here. And an interesting and more competitive game going on. But Ohtani did just homer. 6-4 Houston. 0-2 pitch. It's low and outside for a ball. He is a monster player. He's just awesome. One ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs. And the 1-2 pitch. He didn't go. Cam Smith 2 for 4 tonight. Is tied up in the count 2-2. Cal Raleigh is up for the Mariners. We're going to go there after this. Cal leads all of baseball in homers and has the most homers before an All-Star break. 33, and for a catcher, that's even more ridiculous. But right now, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Cam Smith in the top of the 9th with 2 runners on and 2 outs. The pitch, it's low for ball 3. All right, let's see Cal Raleigh. No balls, 2 strikes to Cal Raleigh. Can he get on? 0-2 pitch is outside for a ball. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the Astros are going to the bottom of the 9th out in Colorado. All right, back to Cal. Let's see Cal Raleigh do his thing in Cal. 1-2. It's outside for ball 2. All right, I'm going to call it. I'm going to say Cal Raleigh is going to homer here. I bet you he's going to homer. 2-2 to Raleigh. Swing and a miss. Hope I was dead wrong. Just wanted to play a little game with you guys. That's okay. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Mariners trail 5-3. And Jorge Polanco is up. So really our eyes are just on these 2 games. The Giants game is now getting out of hand. And the White Sox versus the Dodgers, it's 6-1. They're in the top of the 5th. No balls, 1 strike to Jorge Polanco in the bottom of the 6th. And the 0-1 pitch is up high for a ball. What's up, G. Vanoots? How are you doing? No Phillies tonight. They got rained out, so we're just doing a live look around throughout all of Major League Baseball. 1-1 pitch to Polanco. It looked a little bit low, but it's called strike 2. That was not the right call. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Polanco. And the pitch, it's in the dirt for ball 2. Once the Astros and Rockies enter back for the bottom of the 9th, that's going to be where our focus is on. Josh Hader is going to pitch. Okay, so they're back on now. Let's wait till after this pitch. 2-2 to Polanco. It's down for ball 3. Maybe we have one more pitch. We're just going to go back and forth between these games. The 3-2 to Polanco. This one's popped up in foul ground. It's a foul ball that goes out of play. Here's Hader. And the pitch. This one's flied out over towards shallow right field. And on the run is Smith, and he's there, 1 away in the bottom of the 9th, out in Colorado. It's 3-2 still to Jorge Polanco, and he fouls the next pitch off. Here's Hunter Goodman for the Rockies. 2 more outs to go. Astros up 6-4. The pitch. Fly ball. Hit out over to deep left center field. That's going back towards the track. Goodbye, baseball. It's a one-run ball game out in Colorado. No way Houston's going to blow this. Hunter Goodman with his second home run of the evening. Wow. By the way, Polanco just got on, so Arozarena's up for the Mariners. He's the tying run there. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. Back and forth we go in Seattle and Colorado. Jordan Beck is up for the Rockies. 1-0 pitch. Line drive. Base hit into left field. The tying run's aboard. The walk-off run's coming up to the plate. Arozarena just got on with a single. And the Mariners, a base hit could tie the game in Seattle. And they are going to have a pitching change out in Kansas City. So we're staying put in Colorado. 1 out, bottom of the 9th. The pitch. And there's a foul ball. It goes out of play. Wake up, everybody. Thairo Estrada is up. If the Astros lose to the Rockies, now that's something. Astros have been in it. Even when they were down 5-1. 0-1 pitch. Fouled away. Hader has not blown a save all season long. He's been the best closer in baseball. No balls. 2 strikes to Estrada. I'm sorry, he's 0 for 3 tonight. I read that wrong. The pitch. Fouled off. Again, the Royals and the Mariners are in a break. There's traffic on the bases in that ball game. But all eyes on the Rockies now. The tying run's at first. The walk-off run is up. The pitch, swing and a miss. And there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th as Josh Hader gets a strikeout. And so Houston, with 1 more out to go, in order for them to seal the W. Oh, boy. And so there will be a timeout taken. Mariners broadcast is back on. Brenton Doyle is coming up to the plate. He's 2 for 4. Lifetime against Hader. Angel Zerpa is now pitching for the Mariners, or for the Royals, that is, in the Mariners game. Here's Doyle. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-1 is the count. Rockies down to their last out. The pitch. Foul ball. And now they're down to their final strike. The Mariners just grounded on into a double play to end the 6th inning. And they're now going to the 7th. 2 base runners were on, and that was a rally killer for them. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. Now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Will the game continue? 1-2 pitch on the way. He went around, and that is the ball game as Josh Hader gets yet another save. And he's now 23 for 23 in save opportunities. Just absolutely ridiculous how good he's been this year. Getting paid all that money for the Astros, and he's been perfect getting the save opportunities. Crazy. Absolutely wild stuff. And so that's it in Colorado. It's 6-5. That was the final score. It certainly got dicey at the very end, but the Rockies came up short. They did. They came up short. That's the 24th save of the season for Josh Hader. Crazy. That's unbelievable. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put one of these games on our phone. And I think we're going to have the game that's on the old laptop on here instead. Mariners are going to the top of the 7th again. They just grounded on into a double play to end the bottom of the 6th. Crazy stuff. Poor Rockies. Crazy stuff. All right, so 3 games left. The Diamondbacks, they currently lead at 8-2. That's in the bottom of the 7th. They are up to bat right now with 2 outs. And the count's 2-2. The Mariners are down 5-3 to the Royals. That game is still competitive. And then the Dodgers, they lead at 6-1. That's in the bottom of the 5th with a runner on at first and 1 out. So we're just going to stick around and we're just going to look at the Mariners game right now because that seems to be the most interesting one out of the 3. Now, the Giants are going to the top of the 8th. But we shall stick around. Michael Crazy right. He nailed that dinger the other day on the first pitch. I know. He did. That thing was a laser. Pasquantino's up. 0-2 pitch. It's taken for a ball. Damn, I really wanted the Rockies to tie it up. That would have been something. Bizzardo pitching, and the pitch to Pasquantino, foul ball. It's 1 for 2 today. It's 11:34 p.m. Eastern Time. We've been going at it for 4.5 hours, folks. One-two pitch, foul ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 7th, nobody out. Nobody on either. And the 1-2, it's fouled away. I think that the best game today, arguably, the best game today was probably Cardinals-Pirates. That game was wild, but also you had the Rays and the A's today. That was a good one. Guardians versus Cubs. We didn't really get to cover a lot of that, but that was a fun one, too, it looked like. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 7th inning. Nobody on, nobody out. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. This one's lined out over to right field. It's caught by the right fielder for out number 1 in the top of the 7th. Giants are up. They're in the top of the 8th. They trail by 6, and they're down to their final 6 outs. Anthony DeScalfani, former Giant, is going to face Patrick Bailey. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. And the pitch is wide for ball 1. Emerson Hancock today, 6 innings, 7 hits allowed, 5 runs. All of them were earned. 1-0 pitch. It's in there for a called strike. I'd love to see a Giants comeback here. The pitch. This one is flied out over to deep center field. It'll stay in the ballpark. And it's caught for the second out of the inning. Two outs here in the top of the seventh. And Sal Perez is due one up. He homered before. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. 3 games left. 1-0 pitch to Perez. He lines this one out to left field. That's a base hit. That's going all the way towards the wall. Perez just shot out of the batter's box like a cannon. And, well, he slides on over to second base and gets on with a 2-out double. Sal Perez just hitting rockets in this ball game for the Kansas City Royals and doing it in stride. He's over at second. Jack Caglione is up. The rookie who's just 1 for his last 30 for Kansas City. And he lines this one over to first, but a sliding catch. A heck of an effort by Donovan Solano. He made it look so easy. And he was just able to slide in stride. And we're going to the bottom of the seventh out in Seattle. All right, well, I guess while we're in this little break here, I guess we should go back over to San Fran. 1 out in the top of the 8th. And 5 more outs to go. And now make it 4. Sal Perez, the Hebrew gardener. That's right. 2 outs for the Giants in the top of the 8th. You know, the one thing that I had to do on NFL Game Day, when I was interning at NFL Films, I produced a couple of times. And I had to literally look at a screen that would have all the football games on at the same time. I had to write down who scored, who had a touchdown, and who had a big play. So this kind of reminds me a little bit of doing that. I really missed that. Like, that was really cool. I had to shout out to the director. Touchdown, Aaron Jones, 46 yards. And also touchdown, Aaron Rodgers, 54-yard pass. And then he would have to communicate with EVS and tell them that that just happened and they had to get the highlights. It was so cool. It would have been so cool if I would have shown you guys what it was like. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. This one's hit over towards the right side. Second baseman has it. They're going to the bottom of the 8th out in the desert. It's 8-2. And so we have a break in all 3 games right now. And Seattle looks to be just coming back from their break. And so, guess where we're headed to? We're headed back to over to Seattle. 90 to 95 playing music. It was a bike messenger and a stonemason. Sailed down the Delaware in 95 to the Caribbean for a decade of decadence. A decade of decadence. That's a tongue twister. Here we are in the bottom of the 7th, out in Seattle. Dylan Moore is up. Bottom of the 7th, nobody on, nobody out. Moore hitting .220 with 8 homers and 16 RBI. The first pitch that he sees is in there for strike 1. Yamamoto has been pitching really well for the Dodgers. Haven't really talked a lot about him, but he's been really good. 0-1. This one is up high for a ball. 1-1 pitch. It's inside for ball 2. So the count's now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Zerpa kicks, delivers, and it's down and in for ball 3. Diamondbacks and Giants are in the bottom of the 8th. Royals and Mariners are in the bottom of the 7th. And Dodgers and White Sox in the top of the 6th. 3-1. Swing and a miss. And the count's now full at 3-2. Can Moore get on? 3-2 pitch. Down and in for ball 4. And the tying run's coming up to the plate for the Mariners again. Wake them up! It's 11:43 p.m. Eastern Time on July 1st. Get up, baby. Here's Ben Williamson. Williamson is coming on up. Drop a fire in the chat. Toss bat to first, not in time. The windup and the pitch. That's high for a ball. Count is 1-0. One ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch. That's taken down and in for ball 2. Zerpa cannot find the strike zone. Angel Zerpa, 25 years old, from Venezuela. 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. No, they see if he went around. He did not. That was a strike, but it was not called a strike. It was in the zone, but now the count is 3-0. And there's going to be a conversation between the first baseman, the pitcher, and the catcher. Did Suarez go a yard yet? No. Eugenio Suarez did not go a yard yet. Grichuk is up. He just went a yard for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He went yard earlier in the game. 3-0 pitch. It's in there for a called strike. Whoops. I did not change the scoreboard. I apologize. There it is. My bad. Nobody told me to change the scoreboard back to Seattle. 3-1. That's taken down for ball 4, and the tying run now over at first base. And the Royals are going to have a timeout here. Zerpa with 13 pitches. There will be a conversation over on the mound. And that is going to be it for their pitcher, who just hasn't even gotten one batter out in this bottom of the 7th. Back to the Diamondbacks game we go to. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Out number 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And James McCann, who walked and hit a solo homer and scored 2 runs, is up at the plate. So pitch and change going on in Seattle. That's the interesting game. The other 2 games are blowouts for right now. White Sox are going to the bottom of the 6th out at Dodger Stadium. It's 1 ball, no strikes to McMahon. And the 1-0 pitch, it's lined foul towards the right side. Already cashed a Rosarina in this game, dude. That was good for you. That's a good move. We've been on for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Going up until the very last game. 1-1, it's outside for ball 2. See that George Springer had 7 RBI today for the Toronto Blue Jays during the afternoon game against the Yankees? That was wild. Lucchesi for the Giants pitching against McCann, and the 2-1 pitch takes it for ball 3. All right, let's go back over to Kansas City. Hate to ruin this party, but the Royals lead it 5-3. It's back out in Seattle, 2 runners on, nobody out. And the pitch, it's high and away for a ball. Lucas Erceg is pitching. He's been one of their better relievers. The tying run's over at first. Cole Young is up. He's singled in the third, and he takes the first pitch outside for ball 2. Pressure coming on Kansas City. Mariners ready to strike back. 2-0 pitch. It's high for ball 3. Three balls, no strikes. J.P. Crawford's up next. Mariners fans getting pretty loud at the T-Mobile Park. 3-0 pitch. It's a fastball right down Broadway for strike 1. Yep, and I took Springer yesterday, and he went 0 for. Figures, right? You take him yesterday, and today he hit 7 RBI. The 3-1 pitch. This one's grounded over to second base. The throw to shortstop, there's one. The throw to first. That is in time for a 4-6-3 double play. And Lucas Erceg gets 2 big outs in the bottom of the 7th. He didn't beat it. I don't think he beat it. We're going to see a replay here. The toss to second and then the toss over to first. I don't think he got there. Runner over at third, and Crawford's up, and he slices the first pitch foul. It's 0-1 to J.P. Crawford. Diamondbacks have runners over at second and third. And Geraldo Perdomo's up. The pitch to Crawford. There's a fly ball hit out over towards left field. It's a foul ball, and out of play it goes. That is how you choke, John. That was like a JT Realmuto at bat. We've seen that so many times, haven't we? No balls, 2 strikes to Crawford. The pitch. This one's chopped towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first. We're going to the 8th out at T-Mobile Park. 5-3 Kansas City. Back to the desert we go. 8-2 Diamondbacks. The Giants trail by 6. 0-2 pitch. It's way up high for a ball. Anyone know how to do the Heimlich maneuver? Larry's trained me well. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. And the Giants are going to the top of the 9th. They have their last chance as they'll come back up. So the only game that's not in a break out of all 3 is the Dodgers game. It's 6-1 L.A. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, and the pitch is taken for a strike to Hye-Sung Kim. The ball is 1 strike. 0-1 swing and a miss. Ohtani's in the on-deck circle. 0-2 is the count. And the 0-2 pitch is outside for a ball. There's Tommy Lasorda. I looked up that video, too, of the Lasorda fanatic. That's a classic. One-two pitch. It's low. And taken for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. To Hye-Sung Kim. 2-2 pitch on the way. This one is dribbled fair over towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first, and we're going to the top of the 7th out at Dodger Stadium. 6-1, L.A. All right. Scott True Story was coughing at lunch one day at a Rasta kid said, "Should I get the Heimlich the Heimlich remover?" We laughed for an hour. Gosh. Crazy. So the Royals are up to bat in the Seattle game. And the 0-1 pitch. This one is hit out over to right field. It's not that deep. And Lofton flies out to right. Out number 1 recorded. Luis Matos is batting for the Giants. He's ahead in the count 1-0 in the top of the 9th. 3 outs to play with for them. 1-0 pitch here is coming on up. Here it comes, 1-0. This one's flied out over towards left field. That's not deep either. And that's caught for the second out of the top of the 8th. Two-one on the way. There's a fly ball hit out over to left field. Ramos is going to get on with a ground rule double for the Giants to start off the top of the 9th inning for them. Kyle Isbell's up for the Royals, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. The ball is 1 strike to Kyle Isbell. 0-1. Did he go? No, he did not. So we got Devers up in the Giants game. And 3 more outs for the Diamondbacks. 0-1 to Rafael Devers, and it's fouled off. There's the 1-1 to Isbell, and he fouls this one off. Jeevanutz, it's so great to see you as always. Thank you so much for popping on in. Appreciate you, my guy. 0-2 to Devers was high. One ball, 2 strikes to Kyle Isbell, and the 1-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Devers in the box for the Giants. 1-2 pitch to him. Swing and a miss. 1 gone in the top of the 9th for San Francisco. Pitch to Isbell. It's down for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Wilmer Flores now up for the Giants. It's down to the count 0-1. Two. It's popped up. It's hit over towards the third base side. It's a foul ball, and it goes into play. Oh, 1 pitch foul ball by Flores. This game is a mercy killing at this point. Yeah, the Giants game, yeah. I just want to see them get their final 2 outs. 0-2 to Ramos was outside for a ball. 2-2 to Isbell. And there's a called strike 3. And the Mariners are going to the bottom of the 8th. They're down to their final 6 outs. So back to the desert we go. 1-2 pitch. There's a check swing pop-up over towards the first base side. Out number 2 recorded, and the Giants are down to their final outs. One more out to go in Arizona. And the Dodgers, they lead at 6-1. That game's in the top of the 7th. Descalfani looking to try to get the final out for the Diamondbacks to continue to gain some ground against the Giants, the Padres, and the Dodgers. Trying to get ground back, if you will. The pitch. This one's grounded over towards the right side. Second baseman Marte has it, bobbles it for a second, throws it over to first, and the ball game is over. The Diamondbacks are able to take the series against the Giants, and they win by a final score of 8-2. So another game down in the books, and now 2 left to go. 8-2 is the final score. The Giants lose by 6. And what was expected to be one of the highly anticipated games of the night ended up being an absolute blowout. Crazy stuff. All right, so now I can put this game off and now just have the iPad. Well, that was just foul. JJ, how long did you stream for the draft that time? Was that a record? No, the record was the 12-hour stream for the Super Bowl. All right, so 2 games left. 10 of them were done. And now 2 games left to go. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th, out in Seattle. The pitch. And that's taken for a strike to Julio Rodriguez. The ball is 1 strike, and the 0-1 swing and a miss. The Nameless One, thank you so much for tuning on in.